The room smelled like hot dust and hexburn. Blue light strobed off practice dummies, splashing on old stone. Harry kept his wand high and his breathing low. Sweat gathered under his collar. The exercise ward hummed with wards and illusion, enough to make the hair on his arms bend. Left corridor. 2 on the stair. Ron's voice punched through the din, non-lethal only. Trainee mode. Copy, Harry said, because that's what you say. His voice sounded used up. He pivoted around a splintered door and fired 2 stunners. Red bolts cracked the air. The dummies went down, groaning fake groans, then reset. Their third man, Perry Flint, nervous and eager, came skidding in behind him. Or Weasley, I've got the rear. I can. Ron lifted a hand without looking back. Eyes up, Flint. Don't narrate your own doom. Harry kept moving. Room. Corner. Wand. Check. The motions were lodged in him like bones. He didn't think about them. Thinking got in the way. He pushed past a curtain of smoke. The next illusion clicked into place. A narrow hallway. Screams in the distance. The smell of ozone and something sharper, like the inside of a battery. Overhead, the charmed sconces sputtered. We're close to the core, Ron called. Sim says 1 hostile left. Surrender preferred. Preferred. Harry swallowed. His mouth tasted of metal. A green flare broke through the smoke ahead. Only a practice flash from a signal charm. A harmless marker. But it was green. It bloomed in the fog like a wound, and every other light fell away. Harry's ribs locked. A cold thread passed through him. The present buckled. Potter! Ron's voice. Far away. The corridor blurred. That green wasn't a marker. It was a curse. His chest remembered heat and cold at once. Remembered falling without landing. The floor tilted. Someone stepped into the light. Silhouette only, wand up. Not Flint. Not a trainee. Not a friend. Don't, Harry said, but it came out as air. The silhouette raised a wand again. Another green flare stuttered to life. Only a training charm. Nothing at all. And Harry's hand moved before any thought could get between it and the world. Expelliarmus. His spell snapped like a whip. Wands clattered. He closed the distance in 2 strides. The body hit the stone and Harry was over him. Knee on a chest he'd named Death Eater before he could see a face. Harry, stand down. Ron again, closer now, boots slamming on flagstones. Don't move, Harry said to the thing under him. His wand tip found a throat. Hot breath hit his knuckles. Eyes wide. Not Dolahov's dark stare. Not anyone from the war. It was Perry Flint with a training bruise already rising on his cheek. He looked 18 for the first time since he'd put on the trainee robes. It was the signal, Flint croaked. Practice sims, sir. Harry's heart slammed. His hand shook. The word forming in his mouth wasn't a stunner. It was older, harsher, scarred into memory. Say, a weight took him from the side. Ron hit like a bludger. They went down in a slice of noise and elbows. Harry's wand skittered. Stone grated his shoulder. For a second his vision went white. Mate, Ron panted, one hand crushing Harry's wrist to the flagstones, the other holding his own wand up at nothing in particular. Stop. Look at me. Look. Harry blinked until Ron's face slotted in. Freckles, sweat, worry. Real. Ron's knee pinned his thigh. Flint coughed and rolled onto his side, eyes watering. The ward sirens dropped to a dull tone. The illusion light wound down. The room came back, brick by brick. Exercise terminated. The training master's voice said through the charm work. All trainees hold positions. Supervisors to Bay 3. Ron eased off, but only enough to keep Harry's arm controlled. You with me? Harry tried to pull air in. He shuddered going down. Yeah, you almost said it, Ron said low. Harry pressed the back of his head to cold stone and stared at the cracked plaster above. His pulse thudded in his teeth. No, yeah. Ron's mouth hardened. He let go and pushed up, then offered a hand. On your feet. Harry took it because not taking it would be worse. Flint picked up his wand with shaking fingers. I'm sorry, Or Potter. I didn't mean to. Stop apologizing and go see Healer Kemp, Ron said, not unkindly. Tell her Weasley sent you. Deep breath, kid. In through the nose. Flint nodded too fast and stumbled away. The training master arrived with 2 supervisors, faces set in the same professional line. Ron stepped into their path. I've got him, Ron said. He's done for today. We'll need statements, the master said. And a report. He didn't look at Harry's eyes. People had learned not to. You'll get both, Ron said. They watched Harry for a beat. Then they left. The ward returned to normal hums and clicks, as if nothing had happened, as if Harry's hands weren't still buzzing with the impulse to carve. Ron waited until the last echo died. Come on, then. They walked without talking. Harry's legs felt unsteady. The corridor outside smelled like tea and ink. On a wall, a moving poster of standard spells cycled in soft colors. He stared at it until the colors blurred. In the locker room, he sat on the bench and let his head drop forward. The wood carried old polish and damp robes. Ron sat beside him. Silence stretched. You nearly cut a kid, Ron said quietly. Harry rubbed at his eyelids with the heel of his hand. I know what I nearly did. No, I don't think you do. Because you had your wand to his throat and you were saying, I know. The word hit sharp. Harry swallowed it back. I know. Ron's jaw flexed. We can't have that in a raid. Not even in a sim. You know that. Harry nodded. He couldn't lift his head yet. Sweat cooled at the back of his neck. Look at me, Ron said softer. Harry did. The look on Ron's face wasn't anger. That made it worse. It was fear. It was Ron trying to do the right thing while their lives kept changing shape around them. I'm putting in a pause, Ron said. 2 weeks. No field. You'll see Healer Kemp. You'll see the counselor bloke. We don't need heroes who can't tell color from curse. I can tell. Today you couldn't. Harry closed his mouth. Ron stood and paced 3 steps, then back. He scrubbed a hand through his hair. I don't want to write this report. I don't want to be the one who says Harry Potter almost carved up a teen because a light flashed green. But I will. Because I'm your partner, and that means I want you alive and not ruining your life. Something in Harry eased and then nodded again. Right? You're not the only one who has nightmares, Ron said, not looking at him now. But you are the only one who died and came back. That's gonna leave marks, yeah. He stopped, turned. Kemp's good. Let her be good. Harry nodded. Felt like agreeing to sandpaper. Fine, good. Ron blew out a breath. I'll get the statements started. Go home. Washington, eat. Try sleep. And don't punch any more trainees if the light blinks. That scraped a smile out of Harry, quick and tired. I'll do my best. Do better than that. Ron squeezed his shoulder and left. The shower was too hot and not long enough. He dressed on autopilot. His hands had a fine tremor when he buttoned his shirt. In the mirror his eyes looked older than 20. He tucked the tremor away and walked out into a weak London afternoon. Grimmauld Place greeted him like it always did. Quiet, judgmental, stubborn. The curtains were clean now, but only because Creature had declared the old ones unsuitable for Master. Harry had let him win that one. He didn't have it in him to fight the house and the elf and the past all at once. Master is early, Creature rasped from the hall. Tea is at 4. But there is soup. I'm not hungry, Harry said, dropping his satchel by the umbrella stand. Creature peered up, eyes bead bright. Master is lying. Harry made a small noise. Soup then, in the kitchen. He wrapped his hands around the warm bowl and stared at the spoon until it steadied. He ate because eating was a task you could finish. Creature pretended to be busy with the copper pans and watched him anyway. Halfway through, the flue flared. Hermione stepped out, brushing ash off her sleeve, neat as always. Her hair was tied back. She carried a slim folder and a look that said she'd already read too much. Hi, she said. Harry set the spoon down. Hey, Creature sniffed. Miss Granger will sit. Creature will bring tea. That would be lovely, Hermione said, and waited until Creature shuffled out to lower her voice. Ron sent me the outline. Are you all right? He considered lying. He used to be better at it. No, she nodded like that was what she expected. Good. That's honest. She set the folder on the table but didn't open it. Tell me what happened. Not the report version. A light blinked green, Harry said. And I wasn't here anymore. Hermione's face tightened. How far back? All the way. He flexed his fingers on the bowl. I know it was a sim. I knew. But I didn't. She reached across, not quite touching his wrist. You nearly said it? He closed his eyes. Yes, Ron did the right thing. I know. The words were dry. You're not well, she said, gentle and precise. That isn't an insult. It's a fact. He let his head tip, just a little. I thought after everything, it would be done. That's stupid. It's human, Hermione said. You were a child soldier, Harry. Of course your body is still in the war even if your head is trying not to be. Creature returned with tea. He poured with ceremony and left. Hermione waited until the door clicked. I'm in magical law now, she said. I'm not your boss and I can't sign anything for the Ors. I can speak as your friend. Will you listen? He nodded. Take a break, she said. Not 2 weeks. A real break. Step back and breathe. Get help and mean it. You don't have to prove anything to anyone, and you certainly don't have to keep fighting because people expect it. He almost laughed. He didn't make it out. Ron thinks I'm giving up. Ron thinks with his heart and his training, Hermione said. He'll catch up. He usually does. She took a sip of tea. You don't look like someone who wants to go back tomorrow. He didn't answer. The soup cooled. Harry, she said softer. What do you want? The question hit him harder than the tackle had. He stared at the steam off the tea until it faded. I don't know, he said. She didn't fill the silence. She had learned that somewhere in the last year, how to leave space for answers to find their shape. Harry looked at the scuffed table and thought of drills, and red light, and a boy's pulse jumping under his fingers, and the green flare swallowing the room. He also thought of the hospital wing after the battle, of Madame Pomfrey's quiet hands, of the way a small charm could pull a person back from a bad place without needing to hurt anything. He thought of the long-term ward he'd walked past on a visit last month. All those beds that no one expected to empty. I'm tired, he said, which was only the tip. I'm tired of catching. I'm tired of breaking things because something in me is always braced to break or be broken. I'm tired of being a weapon. Hermione didn't flinch. Then don't be. That simple? No, she said. But it starts simple. It starts with you saying no to the thing that is killing you by inches. She slid the folder toward him. This is the list of ministry counselors who aren't useless. I've put stars next to the ones who understand traumatic magic exposure. I'll also give you a note for St. Mungo's. I know Healer Kemp. Harry looked at the folder like it might burn him. What if I'm not built for this? For normal. You are, Hermione said. You might not remember how. That's different. He rubbed a thumb along the paper's edge. Ron will be furious. Ron will be scared, she corrected. He loves you. He doesn't want to lose you to a desk either. He thinks the work will steady you because that's what steadied him. But you are not Ron. The smallest smile touched her mouth. Merlin knows, he huffed. That's true. Talk to him, she said. Tell him you're stepping back. Tell him you need time not to vanish, but to heal. He'll rant. Then he'll bring you biscuits. Harry imagined it. Ron in the doorway with a packet of something sticky, scowling. It hurt and helped at the same time. Okay, Harry said. The word had weight. I'll resign. Hermione's eyebrows lifted. Resign, he nodded. Not pause. Not break. If I leave the door open, I'll run back through it the second someone screams. I know me. I don't want to be on a leash to my worst day. Hermione breathed out. All right. She didn't tell him he was rash. She didn't tell him to sleep on it. Then do it properly. Don't vanish. Don't make Ron find out from a memo. Yeah, Harry said. He stood because he needed to stand. The kitchen felt too small. I'll do it now. Hermione rose with him. I'll wait. He crossed the hall to the small study that used to be a closet. The desk had neat stacks because Hermione had bullied him into neat stacks. Harry took out parchment and a pen, Muggle pen. He liked the scratch of it. Or office. Resignation. He wrote the words and then the rest came easy in a way that made his chest ache. He wrote about service and about safety and about recognizing limitations. He did not write about green light. When he finished, he looked at his name at the bottom until it stopped being letters and went back to being him. He took the parchment back. Hermione read in silence. She nodded once and slid it back. Send it before you think of reasons not to. He went to the flue, sent it to the Orr office with a formal notice. The Flames took it. It was done. Took an hour for Ron to arrive. He came in fast, hair wild, coat thrown half on, eyes wide. You resigned. Yes, Harry said. Ron looked between him and Hermione. You both knew. I told him to tell you himself, Hermione said. He did. Ron stared at Harry. Why? Harry could have said 100 things. He took the smallest one that was still true. I don't want to kill anyone by accident. Ron pressed a hand to his mouth and then let it drop. You think we'd let you get that far? Today I got that far, Harry said. I don't want to trust luck. Or you. Not with this. Ron's face went red. So you're giving up? On what we do. On what I do badly, Harry said. On what I can't keep doing without turning into something I don't want to be. Ron paced. The floorboards took it. This is what we trained for. This is who we are. We're the ones who run in. You, me. We catch the bad ones so other people don't have to see them. I've seen them, Harry said softly. I've seen enough. Ron stopped and pointed, hard and hurt. You don't get to decide that alone. Hermione's voice cut in, calm and sharp. He does, actually. Stay out of it, Ron snapped, and then looked like he wanted to swallow the words. Sorry. I didn't mean. I know what you meant, Hermione said. I love him too, Ronald. I want him alive. If the job is cutting pieces off him every week, he gets to say no. Ron's shoulders slumped. He sat hard. He rubbed his eyes with his palms. I'm scared, all right? I'm scared he'll stop and then, what if he disappears? What if he decides we're all better off without him? Harry sat opposite him. I'm not disappearing. I'm stepping away from something that keeps setting me on fire. He leaned in. I'm not better off without you. I just can't do this with you. Ron's mouth trembled. He made a frustrated noise. Bloody hell. They sat in the scrape of quiet. The old clock wheezed to the next minute. Finally Ron blew out a breath. So what then? You gonna raise chickens? Take up knitting? I don't know, Harry said. Maybe I'll sleep. Ron snorted. A small laugh he tried to bite down. It got out anyway, right? He stood and clapped Harry's shoulder, hard. I'm angry. I'll be less angry later. I'm still your partner. Just not at work. Harry nodded. I know. Ron glanced at Hermione. You owe me biscuits. I'll bake, she said. You'll buy, he said with weary certainty. He headed for the flue and paused. If you change your mind, Harry shook his head. I won't. Ron swallowed, nodded once, and left in a flare of green. The house settled again. Hermione looked at Harry and didn't say well done or I'm proud of you. She said, What now? I go upstairs, Harry said. I put the robes away. He climbed the stairs alone. Each step sounded too loud in the quiet. His room smelled like clean linen and old wood. The Aura robes hung on a hook on the back of the door, heavy and official. He took them down. The cloth felt good under his fingers. Felt like belonging. Felt like pressure. He folded them along the seams. Then again. He opened the wardrobe and made space he didn't have to make. He laid the robes inside and, without really planning it, drew his wand. He traced a sealing charm along the edge of the shelf. It glowed, faint and firm. Not permanent. Not forever. Just a line he would have to choose to cross if he ever opened it again. He stepped back. His hand shook. He lowered it and breathed. It hurt and it didn't, both at once. Harry! Hermione called from below. Tea's getting cold. Coming, he said. He stood one more second with the quiet, felt the small space where the weight had lifted and the larger space where fear still lived. He could hear his own heartbeat, steady enough. He closed the wardrobe. The latch clicked. He let the sound be the full stop. Then he went downstairs. Chapter 2. The Catalyst. Harry arrived at the ministry before the lifts got crowded. The atrium fountains whispered, The floor gleamed. He moved through security on muscle memory, handed his wand over without argument, and took it back when the clerk nodded him through. On level 2, the ore office smelled like parchment and burnt coffee. Quills scratched. Boots thumped. A wall clock ticked too loud. Harry walked straight to the admin desk. "Morning," said Finchley, the clerk with the tidy mustache. "You've caused a stir." "I sent notice yesterday," Harry said. "I'm here to make it official." Finchley slid a stack of forms across. "Exit interview. Equipment return. Confidentiality reaffirmation. You know the drill." Harry took the quill. His hand didn't shake. He filled lines, signed boxes, checked yes to no more field access. It felt like untying knots one by one. The office doors banged. Ron came in hot, coat half on, hair worse than usual. He spotted Harry and veered like a homing charm. "Tell me you're here to unsend that owl," Ron said. Harry kept writing. "I'm here to finish it. Merlin's Harry." Ron planted both hands on the desk. Finchley looked down very hard at his ledger. "We can sort this. 2 months. Desk duty. Rehab. You don't have to go." Harry set the quill down. "I do." Ron laughed without humor. "You make it sound like a noble quest. It's paperwork." "It's a line," Harry said. "For me, the line is us," Ron shot back. "You and me. We don't bail." Harry's jaw worked. "I'm not bailing. I'm leaving a job I shouldn't be in. Because of one bad sim?" Ron demanded. Harry's voice stayed even. "Because of all of it." They stared at each other until a door creaked at the back. Gawain Robards, head of office, stepped out with a file under his arm. He took them in with one sweep. "Potter," Robards said. "Weasley. This the resignation?" "Yes, sir," Harry said. Robards looked at Ron. "You can yell later. For now, don't do it on my floor." Ron swallowed a lot of words. "Yes, sir." "Good." Robards took the forms, scanned them. "You were a fine trainee and an excellent wartime asset. That isn't the same thing. If you're done, be done clean. Return robes, badge, kit." "Already returned," Harry said. Robards nodded once. "Then thank you for your service. Don't come back in a month because you're bored. If you come back because you're ready." "I won't be back," Harry said, and meant it. Robards grunted, which passed for blessing. He signed, stamped, and was gone. Ron blew out a breath he'd been holding for a year. "Right? So that's it? You're nothing now." Harry flinched. "I'm Harry. Harry who doesn't fight," Ron said, bitter creeping in. "Harry who hangs up his wand when it's hard." Harry's face cooled. "Don't do that." Ron spread his arms. "What do you want me to do?" "Let me go," Harry said low. "Come round later. Shout at me in my kitchen. But not here." Ron's mouth snapped shut. He nodded once, angry and hurt, and turned away. "Fine." He stalked to his desk and dropped into his chair hard enough to rattle the inkwell. Harry handed the last form to Finchley, pocketed his copy, and walked out. The lift doors closed on the hum of the office, the clack of keys, Ron's silence like a held breath. He fled straight to St. Mungo's. The hospital's waiting hall was bright and scuffed. A toddler cried on a bench. A healer charmed a paper bird to flap in the child's face until the cry hiccuped into a laugh. The smell of antiseptic and spell smoke cut the air. Harry found the trainee ward with help from a sign and a blue-robed apprentice who stared at him and then pretended not to. He knocked on the door frame of bed 8. Harry Flint looked up from a magazine. The bruising on his cheek had already gone dull yellow. "Hey," Harry said. Flint blinked. "Sir." Then, sheepish, "Sorry. Habit." "Harry," he corrected. "Right? Harry." Flint shifted, cautious and stiff. "I didn't know if I'd see you." "You shouldn't have to," Harry said. He stood at the foot of the bed, hands in his pockets so he didn't wring them. "I'm sorry for what I did, for scaring you. It wasn't about you." Flint gave a small, crooked smile. "That much I guessed when Weasley tackled you like a bloody Chudley cannon." Harry huffed. "Yeah." He looked Flint over. "You all right?" "Bruised pride." Flint tapped his chest. "And a lecture from Kemp about knowing your colors. I'll live." His eyes flicked to Harry's face, then away. They said you're off duty. I resigned, Harry said. Oh. Flint's mouth worked. Because of me? Because of me, Harry said. You were doing your job. You didn't do anything wrong. Flint relaxed a hair. Well, for what it's worth. I've read enough to know you've had worse days. Doesn't make this okay. But I don't think you're a monster. Good, Harry said, and meant it more than he expected. He left Flint with a weak joke about choosing red signal charms next time, then let his feet take him. The lifts were slow, so he took the stairs. Each landing had a sign. Creature-induced injuries. Potion poisoning. Spell damage. He turned toward spell damage and the hallway cooled. The walls were thicker here, the wards heavier. A volunteer charm hovered near the ceiling like a soft star, guiding visitors who moved like sleepwalkers. He paused at a glass panel. Inside, a familiar figure sat in a chair and tried to sign an autograph on a napkin, then forgot why the quill was in his hand and smiled at it instead. Lockhart, Harry murmured. A healer passed him and noticed his look. He's happy, she said, brisk but kind. That's what matters. Harry nodded. Happy like a room with the lights turned low. Maybe that was kindness, maybe it was surrender. He wasn't sure. He kept walking. At the end of the corridor, a door sat with too many locks and a sign that asked visitors to announce themselves. Harry waited for a nurse to return, asked permission, gave his name when she hesitated. The long-term ward of spell damage was quiet in a way that ate sound. Beds in a neat line, flowers that never shed petals, a radio humming at the lowest volume. Frank and Alice Longbottom lay in the third and fourth beds. Their eyes were open and unseeing. Their hands were clean and empty. A woman in a hat sat by Frank's bed with her back straight as a ruler. Augusta Longbottom held a book she wasn't reading. When she looked up and saw Harry, her mouth thinned. Mrs. Longbottom, Harry said. Mr. Potter. She stood. Her face gave nothing away. Her eyes gave too much. To what do we owe the spectacle? I'm not here for that, Harry said. I came to apologize to a trainee upstairs. I took the wrong turn. Augusta said, which could mean anything. She glanced at Alice's bed. You may speak to them. It makes no difference. Harry stepped closer. Alice's hair was tidy. Someone had combed it this morning. Her face had the calm of a person almost asleep. Frank's fingers twitched now and then, a reflex without a pattern. What's there? Harry stopped and chose a better word. What do the healers say? Augusta's jaw set. They say it is permanent. That the cruciatus over months did something no spell can reverse. That the mind can be broken where no charm can reach. That it has been so for years and will be so for years more. She lifted her chin. They are wrong, of course. But that is what they say. Harry swallowed. Has anyone tried anything new? New. Augusta's mouth twisted. They are very good at new forms. New forms for telling me to go home. New forms for marking resignation. New forms for quoting past failures in very neat lines. The book in her hand bent. She smoothed it. They keep them fed. They keep them clean. They wait. That is all. Alice's eyes flicked. A small movement. Not towards him. Tick. Harry looked from Alice to Frank and back. He thought of a boy at school, quiet and earnest, holding a sweet wrapper that meant more to him than any medal. He thought of how Neville had stood in the room of requirement with the sword in his hands and the same look on his face that he had now when he visited this ward. I'm sorry, Harry said. Useless words and still the only ones he had. Augusta nodded once, a bow to a fact they both knew. You and I have both been told to be satisfied with untidy endings, Mr. Potter, she said. We have not always complied. He met her eyes. No. A healer at the door cleared her throat softly. Visiting time was up. Augusta touched Frank's blanket, then Alice's, then picked up her bag. Good day, Mr. Potter, she said, and left with her spine straight and her hat arrow true. Harry stood alone between the beds. The radio murmured. A tea trolley squeaked in the hall. Somewhere a charm chimed twice. He drew closer to Alice. Hello, he said, and his voice went quiet without him meaning it to. I'm Harry. We haven't met. No sign. No focusing of the eyes. The stillness felt like a weight on his chest. Not grief. Not yet. Something colder. A healer in green stopped beside him. She was older, hair silver at the temples, hands steady. "You all right?" she asked, which was both casual and not. "What's their prognosis?" Harry asked. He kept his tone even. The healer's mouth pulled down. "It's an old call, Mr. Potter. Long-term cruciatus exposure. We do what can be done. It is permanent. Unhealable. Unhealable," Harry repeated. She nodded, the way people nod when they have learned to set their hearts down and walk around them. "We make them comfortable, right?" Harry said. But his voice had gone distant to his own ears. The healer patted his arm, as if he were a visitor seeing someone else's tragedy for a moment, and moved on. Harry stood until the room blurred. He blinked the blur away. The word kept circling. Unhealable. It sounded like a verdict. It sounded like all the closed doors of his childhood, signed and sealed and stamped. He stepped back into the hall on legs that wanted to run and wouldn't. He passed Lockhart again. Lockhart waved a paper at him and beamed like they'd shared a joke. Harry couldn't find his smile. He left through the lobby. The day outside had lost its edge. London's traffic hissed. A bus groaned. People talked into phones and to each other and to themselves. Normal life moved without magic. Harry walked without aim until he found himself by a second-hand bookshop with a crooked window. In the glass he saw a tired young man with a scar and the wrong job. He went inside and bought a blank notebook and a cheap muggle pen because that felt like a start. He kept walking. Ron turned up at Grimmauld late as promised. He didn't knock, he never did. Creature gave him a look and a biscuit anyway. Ron ate it in one bite. Harry sat at the kitchen table with the new notebook open but empty. Hermione had left hours before with a look that said she'd be back whether he liked it or not. "All right?" Ron asked, which was English for "I'm about to be difficult." "Not really," Harry said. "Good," Ron replied, pulling out a chair. "If you'd said, 'Fine,' I'd have hexed you." He put his elbows on the table. "So, you walked out." "I walked out," Harry said. "And then, St. Mungo's," Harry said. "Apologized to Flint. He'll be okay. Then I went to spell damage." Ron's eyes shifted. "That place is rough." "Yeah." Harry traced the spine of the notebook. "Saw Lockhart. And the Longbottoms." Ron went quiet. "They say unhealable," Harry said. "Old word. Used like a rule." Ron watched him. "You don't like rules." "I don't like lazy ones," Harry said. He set the pen on the first page. "I can't be what I was. But I can't be nothing. I need to do something that isn't breaking." Ron huffed. "Raising chickens is still an option." Harry snorted. "I'd hexed the coop by accident." They let the quiet sit. The house gave its usual old bones creak. "You're serious then?" Ron said at last. "About not coming back?" "Yes." "Okay." Ron rubbed his face. "I hate it. But all right." He pointed at the notebook. "What's that for?" "I don't know yet," Harry said. "Notes. Names. Things I don't want to forget when the world tells me something can't be done." Ron stared like he was looking for a trap and not finding one. "Right?" He blew out a breath. "Hermione said you'd do something with your hands if you weren't breaking things. She's usually right." Harry half smiled. "Don't tell her that." Ron's mouth tilted. "She knows." He pushed back from the table. "I'm off. Early start. Paperwork waits for no man." He paused at the door. "I'm still angry." "I know. I'll be less angry when you invite me to do something that isn't a stakeout," Ron said. "Quidditch, maybe. Or helping you not kill chickens." "I'll think of something," Harry said. "Do that." Ron left with a puff of green and a biscuit in his pocket he pretended he hadn't taken. Creature cleared his throat. "Master has a face like a kicked cauldron. There is stew." Harry blinked. "You just fed Ron biscuits." "Biscuits are for angry redheads," Creature said. "Stew is for people who have decided something." Harry gave up and ate. He slept badly. The dreams didn't come as hard, but they were there, skimming the surface. He woke before dawn, went downstairs and opened the notebook. He wrote the date. Then, Longbottom, unhealable? What happens under cruciatus over time? What's broken? What isn't? Who decides? He wrote in small neat letters until the page filled. He stared at the words. They weren't answers. They were doors. St. Mungo's looked different in early morning. Fewer visitors. More cleaners. Trainee healers dragging on coffee. Harry asked for Healer Kemp and got paged to a small office that smelled like mint tea and stern kindness. Kemp was in her 50s, brisk, with clever eyes. She set her cup down and gestured to a chair. Sit. You look like you haven't slept. Working on it, Harry said. I heard about yesterday, Kemp said. And your resignation. News travels. It does when you're you. Kemp folded her hands. Why are you here? I apologize to Flint, Harry said. Thank you for seeing him quickly. I would have anyway, Kemp said, then waited. Harry looked at his hands. I went to the long-term ward. Kemp's face didn't move. Ah, they said unhealable, Harry said. They did, Kemp said. Because it is. Is it? Kemp's mouth tightened. I don't say that lightly, Mr. Potter. There are things magic can't fix. There are places it doesn't reach. Harry nodded, then shook his head. I don't believe in never. Not after everything. Kemp's gaze softened a fraction. Belief is good. It doesn't change nerves burned to ash. Maybe, Harry said. Maybe there's another way. Not with the same tools. Different ones. Kemp tipped her head. Do you have those tools? Not yet, Harry said. I want to learn. He met her eyes. Not because I'm Harry Potter. Because I'm tired of being told to accept what hurts. Kemp watched him a long time. The clock ticked twice. Outside, someone laughed, then coughed. Finally, Kemp stood, opened a drawer, and took out a pamphlet so old it had faded at the edges. Trainee Healer Program. Intake in 3 weeks. Application deadline in 1. She slid it across. You won't be special here. You'll be bottom of the pile. You'll be cleaning vomit with a wand and a rag. You'll be tired in new ways. I can do tired, Harry said. You'll have supervisors who don't care who you are, Kemp said. You'll have to learn to listen. I don't mean nodding along while planning to do whatever you want anyway. I mean listen. I can learn, Harry said. You may discover that healing isn't a fight you can win with force, Kemp said. You may discover that most days it's paperwork and patience, and saying the same gentle thing 100 times. Harry's mouth twitched. I can do gentle. Kemp raised an eyebrow. We'll see. She poured more tea and pushed the cup across. If you apply, don't ask anyone to pull strings. Don't let anyone write you a letter you didn't earn. If you get in, it'll be because you're fit for the work. If you don't, it'll be because you aren't. Can you live with that? Yes, Harry said. The word came easy. Kemp nodded. Then take the pamphlet. Show up clean. Be ready to be wrong. Harry took it. Thank you. Don't thank me, Kemp said, standing. If you come back, you'll be mopping in urgent spell damage until midnight and you'll still say thank you at the end of the shift. That's how you'll know you're in the right place. Harry stood too. I'll see you in 3 weeks. We'll see, Kemp said. But there was the ghost of a smile at the corner of her mouth. He left Kemp's office lighter by a coat of old paint and heavier with something like purpose. On his way out he passed the long-term ward again without going in. He didn't need to. The picture was burned into him. Outside, the day had decided to be bright. Harry bought a sandwich from a cart and ate it walking. He turned toward Grimald and stopped at a small public park with iron railings and 3 cracked benches. He sat and opened the notebook. On the next page he wrote, Learn. Shut up and listen. Then, smaller, don't be a weapon. Don't be a case. Be a person. He closed the book and watched a dog try to chase a pigeon and fail with dignity. He breathed. He didn't feel healed. He didn't feel fixed. He felt aimed. He went home and, for the first time since he'd sealed the shelf, didn't reach for the wardrobe door. Weeks later, after blood tests and interviews and the kind of exam that asked what sort of person you were when no one was watching, a letter arrived on heavy parchment with St. Mungo's seal. Harry took it to the kitchen and put it on the table. He stared at it for a full minute before he broke the wax. Dear Mr. Potter, we are pleased to inform you. He let out a breath. Creature, who had been pretending to dust a perfectly clean shelf, made a small triumphant sound and left to make soup without comment. Harry set the letter down next to the notebook. Then he walked to the fireplace and tossed the Auror badge he hadn't quite managed to return. Forgotten in a drawer, held like a talisman, kept like a lie into the flames. It flashed, hissed, and went quiet. He didn't feel empty. He felt ready. He went upstairs, opened a different drawer, and took out an old bottle of Madame Pomfrey's standard-issue bruise paste. He put it in his bag. "First days in 3 weeks," he told the quiet house. "Let's make it count." The house said nothing. That was fine. He didn't need it to cheer. He just needed it to stand while he built something new. He closed the notebook over the words he'd written that morning and, for the second time in as many weeks, drew a line he meant to keep. Chapter 3, The Healer's Legacy. Grimmauld Place had 2 speeds, brooding and busy. Harry chose busy. He rolled his sleeves and pulled canvas gloves from a drawer creature labeled for cursed rubbish. The library door opened with the old sigh it always made. Dust lifted and settled. Shelves climbed to the ceiling, all dark wood and darker spines. The Black family's taste ran to grim titles and neat bindings. Creature appeared without being called. "Master should not touch the bad books. They bite." "I'll ask first," Harry said. "We're sorting. Anything that's cursed goes to the red crate. Anything safe goes to the blue. Anything not sure gets a sticky note." Creature looked offended at the sticky notes. "Master puts paper on ancestors." "On their books," Harry corrected. "Not them." He handed Creature a stack. "Please." Creature harumphed and took the stack. Old Mistress liked her books where they were. She also liked that screaming portrait. "We disagree." He started with the bottom shelf. Magical punishments of the 17th century. Red crate, pure blood etiquette for duels. Blue crate, hexes for the home. Red. He tested for curses the way Bill had taught him. A faint probe of intent, not power. A look for the odd shimmer in a spine. The thin singe at the tip of his wand if a binding held a bite. They worked in a rhythm. Harry taking piles to the table, Creature muttering. The clock ticking from the hall. After an hour, Harry's back ached in a good way. Work that didn't involve being shot at. "Master leaves those," Creature said, pointing his chin to a section behind the desk. "Family journals. Not for throwing." "Not throwing," Harry said. "Skimming." He pulled a few at random. Names in neat ink. Cassiopeia, Pollux, Arcturus. All the Blacks loved stars. He opened one. Neat script complained about goblin treaties and dinner seating. He put it aside. Another, a few potion recipes, nothing you'd want near a kitchen. He stacked them. A draft tugged the back of his neck. Harry turned. There was no open window. The draft came from behind the bookcase itself, like a small current of air slipping through wood. He crouched and ran fingers along the baseboard. His nail caught on a fine seam. He knocked once, twice, listened. "Hollow." "Creature," he said. "Was there ever a panel back here?" Creature squinted. "Old Master mucked about with his secrets. Creature dusts what he can reach. Secrets keep their own dust." Harry set his wand to the seam and whispered a general reveal charm. The wood didn't glow. He tried again, narrower, aimed at preservation layers rather than hides. The faint, honest shimmer replied. "Not dark," he said. He slid a thin letter opener under the seam and carefully pried. The wood moved a finger width, then another. A narrow cavity opened, dry and clean. Inside was a small chest the size of a shoebox, leather-wrapped, the straps held with simple brass buckles gone green at the edges. Harry eased it out. The leather was cool and not brittle. Preservation charms had been stitched into the lining. He tested again for traps. Nothing bit. He undid the buckles and lifted the lid. Not curses. Not forbidden knives. Not a skull. Books again. For of them, bound in worn brown, corners rounded by long use. A bundle of folded parchment tied with blue string. A slim little wand holster, empty. Harry touched the top book. The first page held a name written in an even hand. Doria Blackpotter. The date beneath it. 1943. His chest pulled tight and then eased. He had seen her name on the tapestry upstairs. A Black who married a Potter, Charles's wife. He had never thought about who she was beyond that. "Creature," he said, soft without meaning to. Did you know Doria? Creature's ears pricked. Mistress Doria visited twice. She was young and laughed in the kitchen, not like a black. She made tea for Creature and asked where the silver was polished. Old Mistress said she had become a potter and forgot her place. Creature did not forget the biscuits. Harry smiled, short and surprised. What kind of biscuits? Lemon, Creature said. Eyes far away for a second. He came back and sniffed. Master will not like those books. They are stubborn. Harry lifted one. So am I. He took the chest to the desk and sat. The leather chair creaked. He opened the first journal to the ribbon marker. Neat entries in a healer's hand. Dates, case notes, side thoughts that didn't fit into hospital files. St. Mungo's has good bones and slow blood. They teach the same spells they taught my great-aunt and call it progress. If one more senior healer tells me to stop thinking like a Ravenclaw and follow the chart, I will scream in the potion cupboard. Harry snorted. He could hear the voice. Dry. Tired. A little amused at her own temper. He read on. Case. Mr. T. Curse of unknown origin from a German trinket. Skin blisters in pattern. Blood thins. Standard countercurses fail. Potion work stabilizes but does not heal. Pattern responds to intent. Worsens when patient's wife cries. Eases when she hums. Hypothesis. Magic of wound is tangled with emotion at time of casting. If so, spell work designed without regard for emotional vector will fail. Proposed. Diagnostic that reads intent residue, not just curse structure. The words tugged something in him. Intent residue. Emotional vector. He thought of rooms with the wrong light and how his body moved before his head on bad days. Magic carried more than shape. It carried motive. He skimmed another entry. Asked the board to consider regular mind healer rounds in spell damage. Was told mind and body are different wards for a reason. Politely disagreed. Was told to be less clever. Wrote a paper instead. No one read it but Charles. He brought me lemon biscuits. Harry smiled before he could stop it. He read until the lines blurred, then blinked them clear. Doria wrote about restorative magic like it was a branch no one had bothered to graft back onto the tree. She wrote about intent, emotion, and the space between. She didn't dismiss potions or standard charms. She stacked them with other tools and asked why they weren't taught that way. Halfway through the second journal, a line stopped him. Horcrux notes are butcher's work. Rending of soul on purpose to anchor life. Unspeakables have files. I have no patience for them. But if deliberate rending can make a soul cling, deliberate giving should be able to pull torn pieces together again. Not my idea. It is old. Sacrifice binds. Perhaps directed sacrifice restores. His breath caught. Deliberate giving. Directed sacrifice. He saw his mother in a flash that wasn't painful for once. Lily in the doorway, wand useless, choosing anyway. Every protective text Dumbledore had waved in front of him had talked about wards and blood. What if the core had been simpler and braver, intent to give? He turned the page. Doria had sketched a circle and marked points with words. Touch, name, consent, anchor. In the margin, a note. Restoration equals not stealing from hurt to feed the spell. It must borrow from the whole. The patient must be held in more than one way. Harry leaned back, the chair ticking. He looked at his hands. Healing as an act of giving, not winning. He thought of how often he had tried to win. Creature came with tea without being asked. Master forgets to drink water when he reads. Thank you, Harry said. He drank and it cleared the ache behind his eyes. Do you know if there's any more like this? He tapped the journal. Creature tilted his head. There was a little box with papers. Mistress Doria left it when she visited. He pointed the opposite direction, to the lower right drawer of the desk. That drawer sticks. Harry tried the drawer. It took a firm pull and a muttered charm to give way. Inside, quills, a cracked ink bottle, and a flat folio wrapped in cloth. He lifted it out. Inside the folio lay a neat stack of lecture drafts, some with handwritten notes from someone named Charles in margins. One page was titled Empathic Diagnostics for Curse Damage, a proposal. He skimmed. The core was simple. Most diagnostic charms interrogated structure. Her proposed charm read feeling, not as emotion in the patient, but as the emotional signature embedded in the wound at the time of injury. Use that to chart a map. Then choose a counterspell that didn't just push but invited the tangled magic to let go. Harry's heartbeat picked up the way it did when someone said there's a way in. He'd felt echoes before, when he'd cast a Patronus in 3rd year and felt happiness like a lever, when he'd touched a Horcrux and felt it press back with hunger. Magic wasn't just shape, it had texture. He pushed back from the desk and crossed to the locked cupboard on the far wall, the one with the old family rubbish they hadn't sorted because half of it hissed when touched. He opened it and chose something not alive and not vital. A scrap of the old family tapestry creature had kept to mend holes. It had a minor prickly curse woven into its threads, the kind that made your fingertips tingle and then go numb as a prank. Master should not, creature said, appearing at his elbow. Just testing a diagnostic, Harry said. Not touching the prickly parts. He set the scrap on the desk and steadied himself. No power, just attention. He breathed and put the tip of his wand to the edge of the fabric, not the design itself. He intoned, softly, the base of a revealing charm, then shifted, like Doria suggested, to ask for what the wound remembered. He didn't say the words she'd written, half of it was visualization anyway, but he aimed his intent accordingly. A faint shimmer traced the thread pattern and then, on top of that, a thin overlay bloomed, like warmth over heat. It ran jagged near where a childish hand had embroidered a letter wrong and then covered it. Embarrassment? Mischief? He couldn't name it. He could feel it. Creature, he said quietly. Who stitched this bit? He pointed to the uneven B a few inches from the scrap's edge. Creature leaned in and peered. His expression softened. Master Regulus. He was small then. Harry nodded. He didn't pry for more. He held the shape of that warmth in his mind and cast a standard dispelling charm at a fractional angle away from the heat rather than against it. The prickly edge dulled. Not gone. Less. He didn't grin. He wanted to. He took a breath and did it again with more care. The tingle retreated another hair's breadth. He stopped there, before he pushed his luck and set something off. Fine, creature allowed, grudging and proud. Master did not ruin the tapestry. I try not to ruin things anymore, Harry said. The words surprised him. They felt true in his mouth. He went back to the journals. The next section walked through small, practical trials. Spell structure, intent, map, touch. Again and again Doria wrote touch. Not the healer forcing something through. Contact as anchor. Names as threads. Consent scribbled with 3 underlines. He remembered Madame Pomfrey's hands after the battle, steady and firm, her asking before she healed a cut. He had never thought of it as magic in itself. He read until Creature brought him a plate and told him sternly to eat it in the library so he wouldn't forget. He ate without really tasting and kept going. Somewhere in the 3rd journal, Doria snapped on the page. If one more senior healer says, it's always been unhealable, I will hex the sign off the ward door. Under it, in Charles's tidy hand, please do, we'll pay the fine. Harry laughed, tired and honest. He turned another page and found a fragment tucked into the spine. A letter unsent, maybe. Doria's hand was looser here, hurried. If anyone reads this who is mine by blood or choice, this work will cost you. The world will call it naive. They will say you cannot unmake the worst without becoming the worst. They are wrong. But you cannot take from yourself mindlessly either. Build a circle. Let people hold your elbows when you shake. Eat, sleep. Do not make a religion of suffering. Healing is not penance. It is craft. Harry swallowed. He set the paper down and sat back hard. His palms felt a little damp. He thought of Ron tackling him to the floor in training. He thought of Hermione's hand not quite touching his wrist. He thought of Creature deciding which food belonged to which mood. Circle. He closed his eyes for a count of 5 and opened them again. His notebook lay on the desk where he'd left it after he came back from Kemp's. He pulled it close and wrote in block letters. Build a circle. Eat, sleep, craft, not penance. When the clock chimed 4, he realized he'd been sitting there all day. He stood and his back popped. He stretched until his shoulders stopped nodding. He packed the journals back into the chest, then stopped and took the first two out again. These he left on the desk with his notebook and a quill. The rest went back in the cavity behind the books, panel nudged into place. Master hides, Creature said, approving. Master secures, Harry corrected. No prophet splashes about my great-great. What was she to me? Great-grandmother by marriage, Creature sniffed. She was decent. That is enough. Harry nodded. It is. He carried the chest up to his room and slid it under the bed for now. When he came back down, he paused at the wardrobe. The shelf with the sealed aura robes hummed faintly under the charm. He put a hand to the wood. He didn't open it. He went back to the desk and wrote Doria's name at the top of a clean page. Under it he began a rough index so he wouldn't have to hunt every time. Volume 1, Intent Residue. Volume 2, Empathic Diagnostics. Volume 3, Mind-Body Rounds. Volume 4, Consent Circles. He drew arrows between them like a madman making a very tidy map. A knock at the door cut through the quiet. Harry frowned. Hermione didn't knock. Ron barged. Neville sent owls. He opened it to Andromeda Tonks on the step with a sleeping Teddy draped boneless over her shoulder. "Hello, Harry," Andromeda said. "You look like you've been living in a library." "Good. May we come in?" "Always," he said, stepping aside. Teddy stirred and blinked. His hair went from brown to green when he saw Harry. "Hi." "Hey, little bloke," Harry said, smile pulling up despite the weight in his chest. Andromeda settled Teddy on the sofa and lowered her voice. "I heard about the oars." "Fast news," Harry said. "Everyone talks when famous boys do sensible things," she said. "I brought you a cake as a reward for not being an idiot." She handed him a tin. "Also, I wanted to ask you for a favor." Harry nodded toward the kettle. "Tea first, then favors." They sat with cups and a plate of slices Creature had cut like a surgeon. Andromeda watched Harry over the rim of her cup. "Favor?" he prompted. "I have a friend," she said. "War widow. Her son's been odd since the Carrows. Not broken, just dimmer. The healers say time. I say time is lazy without work. Would you look at him?" Harry glanced at the journals on the desk. "I'm not a healer. You're a boy with good hands who knows when to shut up and listen," Andromeda said. "And you have a gift for seeing where the cracks run. I don't want you to fix him. I want you to sit and pay attention and tell me if my instinct is wrong." Harry let out a breath. "All right, tomorrow afternoon?" she said. "I'll flew. Here is fine." She stood to go. Teddy yawned and patted Harry's cheek like a cat. Harry patted back. Andromeda's mouth softened as she watched. "Tell me if you need anything," she said at the door. "And Harry," he raised an eyebrow. "You were never only a fighter," she said. "The rest of us already knew." When they left, the house felt less like a closed box. Harry turned back to the desk. He ran his fingers over Doria's name. He thought of Lily's hand pushing him behind her back. He thought of the ward with too many locks and the word, unhealable, said like a spell to keep hope out. "All right," he told the quiet room. "Let's get to work." He wrote for an hour, notes from the journals, questions for Kemp, a rough outline for an application essay he would not let anyone write for him. He ended with a small, stubborn list. Ask Kemp about consent circles in spell damage. Find mind healer who doesn't sneer at muggle therapy. Try empathic diagnostic on something safe with actual stakes. Ask Molly for one of Fred's prank cuffs. Eat, sleep, don't make it penance. When he finally pushed his chair back, the sky outside the tall windows had gone the color between day and night. He closed the journal and the notebook. He left the desk neat. He turned off the lamps. On the way to bed, he passed the sealed wardrobe again. He pressed his palm to the charm and felt its quiet hum answer his pulse. Then he took his hand away and kept walking. Downstairs, Creature had left a lemon biscuit on the last step without comment. Harry ate it there in the half-dark and smiled. Then he went to sleep early for once, with the feeling not of being fixed, but of having a direction that wasn't a fight. Chapter 4. The Trainee. St. Mungo's didn't roll out a carpet for him. It handed him a clipboard. Orientation took place in a narrow room with bad chairs and a poster of proper lifting charms. For names on the roster, Hannah Abbott, Blaise Zabini, Amonpreet Baines, a Ravenclaw a year below, and Harry Potter. The fifth chair stayed empty until a harried clerk whisked it away. A woman in healer green with iron-gray hair swept in and set a box of spare wands and a stack of schedules on the table. "Healer in charge Rowan Stroud," she said. "You will address me as Healer Stroud. When I'm not here, your senior is Healer Pruitt on nights or Healer Mahir on days. You will not improvise. You will not play hero. You will clean, fetch, chart, and observe. If I catch you casting without permission, I will have your wand in a jar and your name off the board." Questions? No one breathed. Good. Stroud glanced at the roster. Hannah Abbott, spells and soothing bedside. Expectation. Hi. Zabini, sharp diagnostics, soft mouth. Expectation. Don't get clever with me. Baines, bookstrong, wandlight. We'll fix that. Potter, her eyes landed and did not blink. Famous, traumatized, and not special here. Expectation. Learn like anyone else. Harry nodded once. Yes, healer. Uniforms from linen. Lockers in the corridor. First rotation. Night shift. Urgent spell damage. Congratulations. Stroud slid 4 schedules across. Charting orientation with Pruitt in 10. Go. Healer Pruitt was a compact witch with sleeves rolled to the elbow and the kind of smile that said she could do triage with a kettle and a teaspoon. Right, you lot, she said, handing out clipboards. Welcome to nights. Rules are simple. Chart or it didn't happen, label before you pour, and if you don't know, you ask. The ward eats pride for breakfast. Hannah offered Harry a small, real smile. We've all got buckets to carry. Nice to carry them together. Blaise arched an eyebrow. Speak for yourself. I'm here to be decorative. Pruitt didn't look up from her forms. Decorative people clean the bedpans with more flourish. Baines, Abbott, labels. Zabini, Potter. Beds 4 through 8 are post-charm fatigue. Do vitals and stay out of the way. Vitals, Harry repeated, grateful for a concrete verb. He and Blaise collected their patient list and headed out. Urgent spell damage at night had a different weather than day. Lower lights, more muttering, the steady thrum of wards like a heart under the floor. A baby cried 3 rooms over, hiccuping between sobs. Somewhere, a kettle whistled and then silenced itself. Bed 4. A teenage wizard in Quidditch robes, asleep but twitching. Blaise checked the chart, quill already poised. Collapsed after a show-offy multicast. Diagnosis, channel strain. Standard treatment, rest, fluids, mild nerve soother. Side note, do not attempt 6 concurrent jinxes to impress a girl named Tilly. Harry set the pulse charm and watched the line hover steady. I can add a note. Consent and dignity. Ask Tilly before telling her this story. Blaise's mouth quirked. We might make a healer out of you yet, Potter. Bed 5. A witch in her 30s with an angry red rash tracking both arms. She winced when Harry lifted her sleeve. It burns worse when I think about it. May I? Harry asked, and waited until she nodded. He didn't push any magic in. He just let his wand hover while he looked and listened the way Doria had written, structure first, then what the wand remembered. Started after a calming draft, she said. I get them from my cousin. She's got a license. Blaise sniffed the air. Sleekeasy's hair potion. Everywhere. Harry glanced at the rash diagnostic. Textbook shows allergic reaction. Did you use Sleekeasy's before the draft? Loads, she said. Big meeting. He looked at the rash again and felt the thinnest prickle, not just chemical, something like 2 textures rubbing wrong. Healer Pruitt? He called. Pruitt appeared like she'd been waiting half a corridor away. What? Sleekeasy's on calming draft interaction? Harry said. Feels like the charms in the hair potion are fighting the sedative. Pruitt's eyes flicked to the arms, then to the patient's hair. Good catch. Neutralizing rinse, then a draft swap. Abbott, mix a basic compound flush. Zabini. Note, avoid Sleekeasy's sedatives. Potter, you just earned yourself a cup of tea and the right to label every bottle in Cabinet 3. Harry grimaced. I'll take the tea. Tea comes after labels, Pruitt said, already moving. Welcome to healthcare. Bed 6 needed the loo. Bed 7 wanted to argue about the price of potions. Bed 8 cried because it was midnight and the world had tipped sideways. Harry handed tissues, held a bowl for a man who thought a rebounding charm was funny until it wasn't, and learned the layout of Cabinet 3 like it was a map to someplace safer. Around 2 in the morning, the ward went briefly quiet in that way that never lasted. Harry stood in the corridor with Hannah and Blaze and paper cups of terrible tea. A ghoul thumped somewhere in plumbing. The clock clicked forward. "How are you holding up?" Hannah asked. "Tired," Harry said. "Good tired. Wait until the third night," she said. "Then you'll learn new species of tired." Blaze sipped and made a face. "We are drinking potions waste. It keeps you humble," Hannah said. Harry checked his list. "I like the work." "Of course you do," Blaze said. "You have a savior complex." Harry raised an eyebrow. "I have a doing something complex." Subtle difference. Hannah bumped her shoulder lightly against his. "You're doing fine." Pruitt stuck her head out of the station. "If we're all done with bonding, Bed 9 is a walk-in with glass in his hand. Bed 10 is a muggle-born with a stuck-sticking charm on her trainers, and Bed 11 is vomiting frogs. Zabini, Potter, 9 and 10. Abbott, Baines, enjoy the frogs." "Merlin," Hannah said, already moving. Bed 9 was a wizard in his 50s with blood down to his wrist and a stubborn set to his jaw. "I told my wife I could fix the china cabinet," he said. "Cabinet said otherwise." "May I look?" Harry asked. "If you must." He held his hand out. A thin shard of enchanted glass pulsed faintly under the skin of his palm. Blaze did the calm, professional thing. "I'm going to numb the area. Then we'll extract. Please do not flex your fingers or we'll be chasing this thing to your elbow." Harry watched the way the shard tugged. A very small intent, but it wanted to be where it had been. "Don't argue with it," he said. "Ask it to let go." The wizard blinked. "Are you talking to my hand, lad? Sometimes things behave better if you don't shove," Harry said. "May I?" Blaze gave him a look that said, "This is your tale if it goes wrong." "Fine. Try your little philosophy." Harry set the wand just off the shard, pictured the shape as not enemy, and cast a standard extraction with a fraction less push and a fraction more pull. The shard eased to the surface like a tooth deciding to loosen. Blaze plucked it with tweezers and dropped it into a tray that sighed. "Show off," Blaze said. Harry smiled. "Finish with a sealing charm?" Blaze sealed and bandaged. "Do not fix cabinets at midnight," he told the man deadpan. "They get cocky." Bed 10 was a muggle-born girl about 9 years old. Eyes swollen from crying, trainers welded to the floor. Her mum stood beside her, looking both apologetic and ready to fight the wall if it helped. "We only wanted to keep her from losing them at school," Mum said. "I used the charm from the book. It stuck." Blaze crouched to eye level. "What's your name?" "Lila," the girl whisper-sobbed. "Hi, Lila," Harry said, kneeling too. "May I hold your hand while we unstick your shoes?" She nodded. Her fingers were cold. Blaze examined the charm. Basic sticking charm braided with a muggle adhesive. "Glue?" Mum winced. "Industrial strength." It said, "For life." Harry bit back a smile. "All right, we'll take the magic first and the glue second. Lila, we're going to ask your shoes to let you go." "Okay?" "Shoes don't listen," she said, hiccuping. "They do if you've got good manners," Harry said. He cast a gentle countercharm and pitched his intent like please rather than stop. The weave loosened. Blaze slid a dissolving charm along the edge of the sole to break the glue's grip. One shoe gave, then the other. Lila wobbled. Harry caught her hand. "You're free," he said. She looked at her feet like they might bolt. Then she grinned the way kids do when gravity works again. "Ta," Mum sagged. "Merlin bless you. Try charms or glue, not both," Blaze said kindly. "And shoes don't need binding to be loved." When they stepped back into the corridor, Pruitt was waiting with a new stack of charts. "Nice work," she said. "Potter, remember to chart what you did. Zabini, stop trying to look cool when you're being helpful. It confuses the patients." Blaze put a hand to his chest. "I would never." "You always do," Pruitt said. "Potter, your tea is in the station. Don't spill it on the charts or I'll cry." Mistakes came because of course they did. At 4, Harry mislabeled a vial of simple pepper-up as basic stomach soother. Hannah caught it before it touched a patient and tapped the label with a firm nail. "Try not to set someone on fire from the inside," she said, voice light, eyes serious. Harry felt heat crawl up his neck. "Thanks," she softened. "We all do it. That's why we check each other." At 5, he ran a diagnostic on a spell burned too deep for a trainee to treat, and Pruitt's head appeared over his shoulder like a vengeful guardian angel. "What did I say about casting without permission?" Pruitt asked. "I didn't cast a treatment," Harry said. "Just looked." "You looked with a wand," Pruitt said. "Next time, tell me before you look with more than your eyes. I'm not here to smash you. I'm here to keep you from smashing someone else by accident." Harry breathed. "Understood. Good." Pruitt tapped the patient's chart. "Now chart what you didn't do." By 7, the ward started to wake up for real. Day shift voices arrived, more cheerful, more clipped. Healer Stroud returned like a storm front with coffee and a folder. She read the night log, made 4 notes, and looked up. "Potter," she said, "you made 2 good catches and 3 baby mistakes. Acceptable ratio for a first night. Do not get proud about the catches or dramatic about the mistakes. Both will kill someone if indulged." "Yes, healer," Harry said. "Abbott solid. Baines eat. Zabini. Stop doing your eyebrow at the blood spatter. It isn't flirting." Blaze's eyebrow went higher. "I have only the one setting." Stroud ignored him. "Go home. Sleep. Come back tonight and be boring in ways that save lives." They spilled into the corridor like fled soldiers. Hannah laughed at something Amonpreet said about frogs. Blaze yawned in a way that was almost a sigh. "You two want breakfast?" Harry asked. Hannah's eyes lit. "Always." Blaze examined his sleeve for phantom stains. "If we eat at your gloomy mansion, does your elf judge my table manners?" "Yes," Harry said. "Relentlessly." "Sold," Blaze said. Creature judged everyone's table manners equally. He put a mountain of eggs on the table and sniffed at Blaze's perfectly held fork like it had offended him in another life. Hannah ate like a starving badger. Blaze ate like a prince who'd decided to slum it properly. Harry tried not to fall asleep in his toast. "So," Hannah said around a bite. "First night thoughts." "Hard," Harry said. Then added, "Good. Specifics," Blaze said. "We will be quizzed later." Harry reached for his notebook, the plain Muggle one, and flipped it open. "Chart or it didn't happen."
Label before you pour.
"Ask before you act." "Don't glue shoes with magic and glue." Hannah snorted. "And don't compliment Pruitt's tea." "Why not?" Harry asked. "She'll make you drink more," Hannah said. Blaze leaned back in his chair. "You were calm. I expected you to meddle. You did not." "I am learning not to shove," Harry said. "Good," Blaze said. "If you begin shoving, I'll tell Stroud you were trying to invent a new spell. She will put you in bin duty and never let you out." Hannah giggled. "He's not wrong." Harry closed the notebook. His bones felt hollow and used, the way they had after a good Quidditch match, not a battle. "Thanks for coming." "Don't thank us," Blaze said, standing. "We are here to steal your elf's biscuit recipe." Creature appeared at the doorway like summoned by slander. "Recipes are not for stealing. Recipes are for being grateful." He put a small tin on the table with an air of sufferance. "For trainees, to keep them from falling over." Hannah hugged the tin like a treasure. "You're the best." Creature sniffed. Obviously. When they left, Harry washed the plates and stood with his hands in hot water until his knuckles turned pink. He went upstairs, looked at the sealed wardrobe, touched the wood once, and then lay down. Sleep took him like a blanket pulled up to his chin. The second night bled into the third and fourth. The work taught him in small bruises. He learned that some people came in angry and left angrier, and that sometimes the only thing you could offer was a glass of water and a promise to listen. He learned to hear the difference between a pain that made someone sharp and a pain that made them quiet. He didn't always get it right. He wrote the misses down and circled them. He learned that Healer Stroud's bark was a sign she cared enough to be honest, and that Pruitt's jokes landed just when you needed your shoulders to drop. He learned that Hannah hummed under her breath when she mixed potions, that Amanpreet swore in Punjabi when she dropped a vial and then apologized to the floor, and that Blaze flirted with danger, patients' grandmothers, and death itself but never with the work. He also learned how quickly a calm ward could become a game of chess with pieces on fire. On the 5th night, a patient came in with a laceration curse that had been patched badly by a friend at home. Blood seeped steady and thin. The friend hovered, white-faced. "I didn't know it was layered," she said. You thought you could fix it and save the fee," Stroud said, not unkindly, hands already moving. "Potter, suction. Zabini, thread." Harry set the charm and held steady. Stroud's wand moved like a scalpel, not a sword. Harry watched the way she split the curse along lines it already wanted to open and then sealed it where it wanted to close. She didn't fight. She guided. "See," Stroud said without looking up. "We do not wrestle magic. We persuade it." Harry swallowed. "Yes, healer." After, when the patient was bandaged and asleep and the friend sent home with a stern lecture and a list of licensed clinics, Stroud eyed Harry over the end of the bed. "You learn fast when you're not being famous," she said. "I'm trying," Harry said. "Good. Keep trying." She flicked her gaze at his hands. "Those are healers' hands when they're not shaking. Make sure they aren't." "They won't," he said, "because you will sleep." He asked, "Not because you are a hero, because I'm a person," he said, hearing Doria's words under his own. Stroud grunted approval. "Go change that bin. Then chart what I said." Between shifts, Harry kept reading Doria. He didn't steal her spells. He let them shape his questions. Consent circles. Touch as anchor. Names as threads. He practiced tiny pieces where it was safe. Asking before he laid a stabilizing charm. Saying a patient's name aloud as he set a splint like it could tie them back to themselves. He didn't know if the magic cared. The patients did. On the 7th night, a drunk wizard in a peacock coat tried to hex a nurse when told to wait. The spell sparked harmlessly against the ward. Harry stepped between without raising his wand. "Sir," he said, "you can either sit and be seen in 10 minutes or hex the ward and be escorted out in 30. Choice is yours." The wizard blinked like someone had turned the lights down. 10, he muttered, and slumped into a chair. Pruitt passed Harry a minute later. "Nice de-escalation," she said. "Next time, call security first. I like you with all your teeth, right?" Harry said, adrenaline humming and then fading. He wrote it down anyway. Call security sooner. He went home at dawn with socks that had given up and a brain full of labels. He slept 6 hours, woke for soup, and slept 2 more. The dreams came but didn't drown him. He wrote that down too. On the 12th night, Hannah bumped him with her hip and held out a clipboard. "Sign that you observed the wound stitch. Pruitt's building your portfolio." "My what?" "Portfolio of competence," she said. "Gets you the next set of privileges. One day you'll be allowed to heal a paper cut unsupervised." He took the pen with mock solemnity. "Aspirations." Blaze sauntered past. "I aspire to a shift without vomit." "Dream big," Hannah said. 3 weeks in, Kemp intercepted Harry between wards. "You look less like someone waiting to run," she said. "I am busy," he said. "Good." Kemp's eyes flicked, took in things he couldn't see. "Stroud says you listen. Pruitt says you label. That combination keeps people alive." "I'm working on it." Kemp handed him a slim sheaf of paper. "Reading for you. Mind-healing basics. Not your remit yet, but I'm tired of fixing what overeager trainees break." Harry took the pages. "Thank you." "Don't thank me," Kemp said. "Go sleep. You look a minute from horizontal." He went home and sat at the kitchen table with the reading and Doria's journals and his notebook. He wrote a line he'd been circling for days and hadn't let himself write. "I want to be a healer." He circled it once, then twice, then underlined it with his thumb because ink felt too ceremonial. Creature put soup by his elbow and didn't comment. The house felt less like a crypt. He slept. On the next shift, Stroud handed out rotations. Assignments. Abbott, Potions and Poisons, Ward 2. Banes, Creature Injuries, Ward 1. Zabini. Spell Damage Overflow with Mahir. Potter, Night Triage Desk with me. Blaze made a theatrical gasp. Healer Stroud is letting you sit at the big desk. It is not a big desk, Stroud said. It is a magnet for trouble. Potter, if you try to solve it all by yourself, I will staple you to the chair. Yes, Healer, he said, trying not to smile. I'll ask before I act. Good, she said, and tossed him a spare quill. When in doubt, chart. The first patient to the desk was a man with a fishbowl on his head and little water sprites laughing inside it. The second was a witch whose ear wouldn't stop translating everyone into French. The third was an orer with a sprained wrist and the look of someone who refused to admit it hurt. Sign here, Harry told the orer, pointing to the line. And stop pretending you're fine. You lot are hopeless patients. She eyed him. We were taught by the worst. He huffed. True. He splinted her wrist gently and sent her down to Mahir for a proper fix. At 2:30, a young man staggered in holding his side, blood blooming under his fingers. Back here, Harry said, voice steady. Zabini. Blaze appeared at a run. Cutter curse, layered, Harry said, even as his wand hovered. Where were you? The man wheezed. Alley. Dumb. We were drunk. Right, Harry said. Don't move. He caught Stroud's eye and she was there like she'd been waiting behind him all along. Potter pressure, she said. Zabini line. On 3, they worked like a machine that hadn't realized yet it could be graceful. Blood slowed. Breath evened. Stroud's wand did its quiet persuasion and the wound closed in neat stages. Harry kept his hands steady and thought of Doria's notes. Don't steal from the hurt. Don't shove. Ask. When it was done, Stroud didn't praise. She didn't need to. She shoved a chart into his chest. Write what you saw. Then get this idiot some crackers before he vomits on my shoes. Crackers, Harry said solemnly. He fetched crackers. By the time the shift ended and the day nurses came in with fresh plates and pens that worked, Harry's bones ached and his head buzzed, but the buzz wasn't a curse. It was work. It was purpose without the taste of blood. Stroud dismissed them with a tilt of her chin. You were useful. Come back. Outside. Dawn made the hospital bricks look almost kind. Hannah yawned into her sleeve. Blaze tucked his scarf just so. Breakfast? Harry asked again, hopeful and already half asleep. Sleep, Hannah said, pointing him toward the flue like a shepherd. Then breakfast at noon. Blaze considered. Lunch disguised as breakfast. Acceptable. Harry went home. He washed his hands and watched the suds carry away the hospital smell. He went to the library and touched the spine of Doria's first journal. Thank you, he said to the empty room, and didn't feel mad talking to ghosts. Upstairs, he paused at the sealed shelf. He didn't open it. He didn't need to touch the past to know he was building something else. He lay down. Sleep caught him quickly and didn't drag him into green this time. When he woke, the ache in his legs felt like a job done, not a war survived. He boiled water and made tea that tasted like the ward's terrible brew and smiled anyway. On the first blank line of his notebook he wrote, "Be boring in ways that save lives." Then, smaller beneath, "Don't be a weapon. Be a person. Be a healer." He underlined healer once and went to reheat the soup. Chapter 5, The Unconventional Method. The pager chimed twice, the urgent tone that meant make it quick but don't run. Harry left the triage desk with Stroud's nod and followed the blue glow arrows down to spell damage, private rooms. The air got colder. The warding got heavier. Pruitt met him at a door with too many locks. Palliative assignment. Family requested someone who can sit without talking nonsense. That you? Harry swallowed. Working on it. Good. She's young. Blood curse. Inherited. We've been maintaining. No miracles. Don't promise anything. Chart everything. Pruitt's hand hovered at the doorplate. Names Astoria Greengrass. Sisters inside. Harry knew the name. Half the Prophet's social pages did. He set that aside and knocked. Come. A voice said, steady, careful, like a shield held high. The room was dim. The curtains spelled to dull the light. A girl lay on the bed, pale under the charm glow. A sheen of sweat on her temple. She might have been 16. Lines of curse work traced faintly along her veins like bruises that couldn't decide where to land. A woman stood at the foot of the bed in a severe dark dress, hair pinned sharp. She looked at Harry and filed him in a category. Healer. Trainee, Harry said. Harry Potter. Her mouth didn't move. Her eyes did. Daphne Greengrass. This is my sister. May I come closer? Daphne glanced at Astoria's face. Then back. If you don't make a speech about hope. I don't have one, Harry said. He stepped to the bedside and stopped where the mat lines told him to. Astoria, I'm Harry. May I check your pulse? Astoria's eyelids flickered. You can try, she whispered. Dry humor under worn edges. He smiled a little and took her wrist. Warm. Thin. The pulse charm painted a slow rhythm in the air. Steady enough for now. The skin under his fingers prickled. Not from fever. The curse had a texture if you didn't rush past it. Doria's notes sat in his head like a map. Structure first, then what the wound remembered. He looked, not pushing magic, just listening. The curse signature was wrong in a way he recognized. Coiled. Sinuous. Not because a snake had made it, because whoever had designed it had loved control. Pruitt stood in the doorway, arms folded. Anything we've missed, Potter? Harry kept his voice level. It resists when pushed. It eases when she isn't afraid. It likes order. It hates being ignored. You've tried standard unraveling? We've tried the textbook and the margins, Pruitt said. We keep her comfortable. Daphne's fingers tightened on the bed rail. Comfort isn't living. I know, Pruitt said, and meant it. She checked the chart, adjusted a drip with calm hands. We're not giving up. We're pacing. Daphne watched Harry. What do you do here, Mr. Potter? Besides statements that sound like they came from a pamphlet. Harry could have said I clean, fetch, chart, and try not to break anything. He looked at Astoria. I pay attention. Then I ask permission. To do what? Look properly. He kept his tone plain, no sales pitch. There's a diagnostic I'm learning. It doesn't push the curse. It reads the emotional residue from when it was cast. Sometimes that shows a way in. I'd like to try. If Healer Pruitt approves. If you and Astoria say yes. Astoria's mouth tilted. You asked. That's new. Daphne didn't move for a count of 3. Then, if she hurts more, you stop. Harry nodded. I stop. Pruitt eyed him like she could see the page of Doria's journal behind his eyes. You get 30 seconds. You narrate. If I say out, you're out. Understood. Harry took a breath, set the tip of his wand a hair above Astoria's inner wrist, and thought not of tearing, but of listening. He let the diagnostic run like a hand over fabric. The spell traced the structure first, familiar weave for blood curse, old runic logic, cruel artistry. Then, under that, a warmer overlay. Not warm like kind, warm like alive. It pulsed in ripples that didn't match her heart. He spoke softly. The curse remembers containment. Tightens when she tightens. It was layered by someone who thought tidy meant safe. When you laugh, does it ease? He asked the last to Astoria. Astoria huffed. Who laughs here? Fair point, Harry said. Color? Light? Anything that helps? Cool baths help, Daphne said, practical. Music makes it worse. Pruitt made a note. Sensory feeds matter, she murmured. Harry withdrew the wand. 30 seconds were up. Astoria hadn't flinched. The room hadn't broken. He stepped back. Thank you. I'll chart and get out of your way. Daphne watched him like a judge watching a witness leave the box. You didn't promise anything. I don't have anything to promise, Harry said. I'll be on nights. If you need water or a blanket or someone to sit and not talk, ask for me. He left with Pruitt. In the hall, Pruitt spoke first. You felt something. It's coiled. And it listens when you don't shove. If there were a language it responded to, he cut himself off. Pruitt's eyes narrowed. Finish the thought. Harry looked at the floor, then back. Some magic listens to the shape of words more than the words. Not Latin, not Aramaic. Intent shape. I can speak another kind. He kept his voice flat. Sometimes. Pruitt's face didn't change. Her mind did, he could feel it in the pause. Not on my ward without discussion. Understood, Harry said. I'm not proposing anything. I'm reporting what I felt. Good, Pruitt said. Then, quieter, you scare people when you jump fences. Don't. Not here. He nodded. I hear you. Astoria's chart became Harry's quiet homework. He brought water. He adjusted pillows. He sat. He listened to Daphne talk about useless ministry committees and the way old pureblood families suddenly loved charity when the cameras were on. He listened to Astoria ask for stories that didn't end with silence. He told a safe one about a frog choir that refused to sing in tune and made Flitwick swear. Astoria smiled with one side of her mouth. The charm line along her wrist dimmed a fraction. It hates being ignored, Harry said once, half to himself. So do most old men, Astoria said. Daphne's mouth twitched despite herself. He laughed, and the monitor smoothed, barely. He recorded it every time it happened, what soothed, what did not. On the fourth night, Astoria's pain spiked. It wasn't dramatic. It was the weary kind that made her eyes go far away. Daphne looked at Harry as if to say, "Do your job." Pruitt came, adjusted drafts, reset a charm. "Plateau," she said. "It happens. We hold." Astoria shut her eyes. Tired of holding. Harry stood in the doorway and felt the itch under his skin that meant there was a door somewhere he hadn't tried. Doria's unsent letter echoed. Build a circle. Eat, sleep, craft, not penance. He was not going to make a religion of suffering. He was also not going to stand in a corridor and pretend this was enough if it wasn't. He found Pruitt in the station. "If she dips again, and nothing else works, I'd like to try something." Supervised. "Define something," Pruitt said. He defined it in 3 sentences. No embellishment. No prophecy voice. Pruitt looked at his hands. "Is it safe?" "For me, yes," Harry said. "For her, I won't push. If it doesn't respond in seconds, I stop." Pruitt's jaw worked. "We do not experiment on patients." "No," Harry said. "We ask. We explain. We set boundaries. Then we try a thing that's harmed no one in my experience. And we stop if it does nothing." Pruitt stared at him long enough that he wondered if he'd pushed too hard. Then she nodded once. "You will not do this alone. You will not do this in secret. You will not do this without the family's consent." "Agreed. Get Stroud's sign-off," Pruitt added. "So when this ends up on my desk, it also ends up on hers." Harry found Stroud at changeover, eyes like flint, pen like a weapon. He explained again. He did not dress it up. Parseltongue on a curse wound. Stroud said. Each word weighed. "I should throw you out of my ward for less." "Then do it," Harry said. "Or sign. But don't leave her in the middle because it makes the paperwork neat." Stroud's mouth twitched, not in amusement. "You've got nerve." She scribbled on the chart. "You get 60 seconds. I will be at your elbow. If you deviate, you will be washing bedpans until your fingers prune for a month." "Understood." Back in the room, Harry explained to Daphne and Astoria. "Plain words. No mystique. You speak snake," Astoria said, curious instead of afraid. "Complicated," Harry said. "It isn't a command. It's a way of shaping the magic like breath instead of a shove. If it listens, we get a notch. If it doesn't, we stop and pretend we never met." Daphne crossed her arms. "What is the risk?" "Looking foolish," Harry said. "And nothing changing. If it hurts her, I stop," Harry said. He held Daphne's gaze. "Not because you'll kill me. Because that's the rule." Daphne's mouth tightened in approval she didn't name. She looked at Astoria. "Do you want to try?" Astoria was quiet for a count of 5. "I'm tired of being a thing that happens to me," she said. "Yes." Pruitt stood at the monitor. Stroud stood at the door, wand loose in her hand. Harry scrubbed his hands because ritual helps. He moved the chair close, sat where Astoria could see him without turning her head, and set his wand aside. He would need it for the anchor circle, not the language. "I'm going to hold your hand," he said. "May I?" "Yes," Astoria said. He took her hand, light, careful, so his thumb covered the blue path of a vein. With his free hand, he drew a small, simple circle on the sheet with chalk. Not to trap, to hold. He murmured the softest stabilizing charm around it, so the room's other magic would stay out and his would stay small. He looked to Daphne. "Say her name." Once. Daphne's throat worked. "Astoria." Harry closed his eyes and breathed until the desire to shove went out of his shoulders. He let the sound sit in his mouth the way it did when he talked to snakes, hiss on breath, not force. When he spoke, the sibilants were softer than usual, the rhythm slower. He didn't order. He described. Not yours. Not your bone. Not your blood. Loosen. Let go where it hurts. The curse did what all magic with a personality did when spoken to without fear. It listened to see whether it should be offended. He didn't give it a reason to be. He stayed with the shape of release, not the act of removal. Small first. A thread. Not all at once. Not theft. Trade, quiet for quiet. Stillness for stillness. Astoria's breath changed. Not faster, not slower. Different. The charm line at her wrist dimmed by a shade and then held. Pruitt's hand hovered over a dial and didn't touch it. Stroud didn't speak. Harry followed the little easings like stepping stones, here at the wrist, there at the inner elbow. He didn't chase them up the arm. He just named loosen where the knot was smallest. Not war. Not strike. Let go. Let go. The monitor made a sound he had learned to like. A soft, steady tone replacing the little spikes. Astoria's fingers tightened on his. Hurt? He asked without opening his eyes. Different, she whispered. Stop if it turns sharp, Pruitt said quietly. He gave it 10 more breaths. Not spells. Breaths. Then he opened his eyes, eased his hand away, and let the chalk circle go dull. The curse lines along Astoria's wrist had softened from black blue to gray blue. The way a bruise fades a day after you stopped bumping it. Pruitt adjusted nothing. Stroud wrote 3 things without looking up. Harry sat back and put his hands in his lap so no one would see they'd started to shake. Daphne's face stayed composed. Only her eyes moved. A flash too bright. What did you do? I asked it to stop doing the most it could do, Harry said. Not the whole thing. Just the bit it didn't need to hold anymore. That's not how curses work. Daphne said. Half scoff. Half prayer. It is if someone made it that way, Harry said. Someone taught it to be tidy. Tidy things like rules. You can get rules to make room if you ask right. Astoria huffed again. A smaller laugh. You're ridiculous. Often, he said. Pruitt eyed the monitors. Pain index down 2 points. No rebound. No adverse spike. She didn't smile. She also didn't frown. In Pruitt, that was practically applause. We hold. We watch. We do not declare victory after 60 seconds. No declarations, Harry said. His stomach knotted and unknotted. Delayed nerves asking for a chair. He stayed put. Stroud finally spoke. Chart exactly what you did. If you write, I spoke Parseltongue at a blood curse, I will use your chart as kindling and make you rewrite it for a year. You will describe intent, consent, structure, duration, and observable changes. You will not evangelize. Yes, healer, Harry said. Daphne's chin lifted. If this helps her, we'll repeat it under supervision with every possible safeguard. Stroud said. We will not hand your sister to a trainee and hope. Daphne looked at Harry. Come back tonight. I'm on nights, Harry said. I'll be here. He wrote the chart like Stroud had ordered without mystique. Consent obtained from patient and guardian. Stabilizing circle placed on linen, not skin. No treatment spells employed. Vocalization performed. Sibilant-based intent signaling, release/loosen, at microsites. Wrist, inner elbow. Duration, 58 seconds. Observable. Visible reduction in curse pigmentation along superficial veins. Minor decrease in patient-reported pain. No adverse events. No change to vitals outside normal variance. He signed it, hand steady by force of will, and slid it to Pruitt. Acceptable, she said, which he would later translate as good work. Don't get cocky. In the corridor, Blaze intercepted him with 2 teacups and a smirk. I hear you hissed at a curse. I spoke softly to a pattern, Harry said. He took the tea. It was terrible. It helped. Blaze glanced at the chart room where Stroud's shadow moved. Stroud spoke sharply to a trainee. Which one? You, Blaze said. With love. Harry huffed and leaned against the wall. The adrenaline went sticky. His hands remembered the shake they'd skipped. You good? Blaze asked, voice dropping the play. Ask me in an hour, Harry said. I will, Blaze said, and meant it. The second attempt happened at 2 in the morning, when the ward got the stillness of a place that had run out of fuss. Astoria was awake. Daphne had her shoes off and a book open she wasn't reading. Again, Astoria asked, not hopeful, not hopeless. Only if you want, Harry said. She held out her hand without making it a ceremony. We're not daft. He did the same small circle, the same holding of her hand. He spoke the same shape, not the same words. Patterns get clever if you repeat yourself. Not yours. Not needed. Go quiet. This time the easing met resistance like a drawer that stuck halfway. He didn't push. He backed off a finger width and tried a different angle. Trade breath for breath. Ease for ease. He felt the give. A little. Enough. The lines lightened another shade. Like storm clouds deciding to be rain tomorrow instead. Astoria's face went from pinched to tired in a way that was better. Stop, she said, when the ache of different got sharp. He stopped. Pruitt marked the time. Stroud didn't move from the door. Daphne breathed out like she'd held her lungs since September. Tea? She said to the room, which meant I need to do something that isn't watching. Harry nodded. I'll fetch it. In the corridor, Healer Thistle, tall, neat, two curious eyes, stood by the station, reading a file he didn't need. Late for you, Potter, he said mildly. Night shift, Harry said. He went past to the kettle. Greengrass money comes with expectations, Thistle observed. You'll learn. He didn't look up. Interesting notes you're making. Harry stirred the tea he didn't like. Notes keep us from lying to ourselves. Thistle's mouth smiled without his eyes. Do they? Harry carried the cups back. He set one by Daphne, one by Pruitt. He did not bring Thistle one. He went back to the bedside and sat. Astoria studied his face the way he'd been studying her charts. You look ill, Potter. I'm fine, he lied. He's lying, Daphne said, watching him over the rim of her cup. His hands shook when he set that down. They stopped, Harry said. Eat something that isn't tea, Daphne said. She reached into a ridiculous handbag and produced a small packet of biscuits that cost more than Harry's first broom. She handed him one. Fuel for your ridiculous magic. He took it because refusing would have been rude. Thank you. Don't thank me, she said. You'll pay me back by not dying on my floor. Pruitt snorted softly behind them and wrote another line on the chart. By dawn, Astoria's vitals looked like the gentler version of themselves. Not well, not cured, but less harried. Pruitt reduced a pain draft by a fraction and left a note for day shift with 3 underlines. No alterations without reading night notes. Stroud stopped Harry at the door. You did well. He blinked. Stroud never said it that plain. She added, if you get proud, I'll cut you off at the knees. If you get scared and start hiding, I'll cut you off at the wrists. I hear you, he said. Good. Go home. Sleep. You smell like adrenaline and tea. Creature didn't comment when Harry stumbled through the flue. He put porridge on the table and set down a lemon biscuit like a medal. Harry ate because Doria's letter said to. Then he went up and lay flat on the bed and let his shakes happen where no one could see. After, he went to the library and put his hand on Doria's journal. We asked nicely, he told the leather. It listened a little. He wrote in the Muggle notebook, Astoria G. Night 1. Vocal intent, 58s. Visible easing. Pain -2. Night 2. Easing resistance. Stop on patient cue. Pain -1. Consent matters. Circle matters. Names matter. Don't push. Don't perform. Don't hide. He closed the book, slept, and dreamed about chalk circles that held, not trapped. The next night, Thistle was at the station again with a different file he didn't need and a smile he'd practiced in a mirror. Evening, Potter, he said. Heard you're pioneering new techniques. I'm doing my job, Harry said. Under supervision. Of course, Thistle said, amused. Under supervision. He tapped a blank form. Do initial here and here. Protocol. Harry read the form. Said nothing. He annealed nowhere. I'll sign things that say something. Thistle's smile thinned. You'll learn to sign what keeps the wheels oiled. I learned to read what I sign, Harry said, and walked away. In Astoria's room, the rhythm held. They did another minute. It helped another inch. It left him wrung out and wired. Daphne watched without commentary. Afterwards, she handed him a coffee that smelled like a threat and tasted like heaven. I don't need a savior, she said quietly as he drank. I need a healer who doesn't scare easily. I'm not here to save you, he said. I'm here to do my job. And to say stop when we need to stop. Good, she said. We understand each other. They did. It felt like a small, sane thing in a room full of magic that had forgotten sanity. On the 5th minute, over 3 days, something shifted deeper. Not fixed. Just unlocked. Astoria's fingers went warm in his. She slept without the brittle look that said sleep was negotiation, not rest. Pruitt lowered a draft again by a fraction and met Harry's eyes over the chart. Sustain, she said. Slow. Slow, he echoed. He left the room, turned the corner, and nearly walked into Hermione. I heard, she said, eyes taking in too much and exactly enough. Don't worry, I brought paperwork, not lectures. Has the hospital council made you sign anything daft? Not yet, he said. Working on keeping it that way. She squeezed his arm. I'll float near the legal office and make myself useful. You keep doing the thing that is going to give me heartburn. I'm supervised, he said. I know, she said. I also know you. Then softer. I'm proud of you for asking before you act. He didn't know what to do with that. So he pointed at the tea and asked if she wanted one. She took one and made a face identical to his. They both laughed and felt human for a minute. At the end of the week, Pruitt called a short, blunt meeting with Stroud and Kemp and 2 board members who wore expressions like pressed linen. Harry stood with his hands behind his back to keep them still. Stroud presented the notes without adornment. Kemp asked 2 questions that mattered and 5 that made the board look confused. Pruitt said, patients' quality of life improved. No adverse events. We proceed under protocol and continue to adjust standard care accordingly. One board which peered over spectacles. And the unusual component? Stroud did not blink. A trainee employed a vocal intent technique in a family-approved, time-limited trial under direct supervision by 2 senior healers. It is documented. It is replicable. Replicable by whom? The wizard asked, suspicion showing. By me, Pruitt said. By Stroud. By any healer with discipline and a mouth. The language is not the magic. The control is. She didn't look at Harry. She didn't need to. Kemp's mouth tilted. We'll publish a note when we have more than 1 case in a week. Until then, we treat the patient, not the conference. The board nodded because Kemp had a way of making sense sound like law. The meeting ended. No one arrested Harry. He went back to work. In the hall, Daphne caught his sleeve. She didn't squeeze. She just held it until he looked at her. Thank you, she said, very precise like a contract. Don't thank me yet, he said. We have Miles. I'm good at Miles, she said. Come back tonight. Bring your ridiculous chalk. He almost smiled. Yes, Miss Greengrass. Daphne, she said. Harry, he said back, and left before the smile made things too easy. He got home late and set his wand on the kitchen table and his forehead on his forearm, just for a second. Creature slid a bowl into the space by his elbow and said, Stew for people who hissed at trouble, and told it to sit. I didn't hiss at trouble, Harry said into his sleeve. I asked nicely. Same thing when done properly, Creature said. Harry ate, showered, and slept 3 hours. He dreamed about a chalk circle and a girl breathing steady while a curse remembered how to be quiet. When he woke, he wrote 1 line in the notebook before he fled back. Not command. Invitation. He underlined invitation once. Then he went to work. Chapter 6. The Betrayal. Astoria dozed with her mouth a little open, the way people did when sleep finally wasn't a fight. The charm lines along her wrist held to the softer gray. Pruitt checked the monitor, adjusted nothing, and wrote sustain. Slow in neat block letters. Daphne stood at the window with the blinds half tilted, watching the ward lights blink on and off as night staff traded breaks. She didn't look at Harry when she spoke. You're pale. Harry wiped the chalk dust from his fingers with a hospital wipe. I'm fine. You're always fine. She flicked one blind open and shut. That's a trick, not a fact. I ate, he said. Creature enforces. That I believe. Her eyes moved to Astoria's breathing, counted for herself, eased a notch. She slept 3 hours without a spike. That hasn't happened in months. Harry nodded and kept his voice quiet. We'll keep the schedule. 60 seconds. 4 sites. Stop at. Different. Good. Daphne folded her arms, not defensive, just holding herself. And you'll keep the rules? Consent, circle, names, he said. No improvising. Her mouth tilted. You're learning. He didn't answer. He sat, wrote the night's notes, and drew a small box in the margin like he did when he'd promised himself not to break a boundary. He ticked it. Blaze drifted in with 2 cups that were meant to be tea and tasted like old socks. Potter, he said low. You look less like a haunted painting tonight. Compliment accepted, Harry said. Blaze nodded politely at Daphne. Miss Greengrass, Mr. Zabini, she returned, equally dry. Blaze eyed the chalk circle residue on the linen. Is the patient stable? Sleeping, Pruitt said from the doorway. And we are not waking her for your curiosity. Perish the thought, Blaze said, already backing away. He slid a paper bag onto the table near Harry. From the bakery that opens indecently early. Carbs keep healers upright. Daphne lifted the bag and found warm rolls. She put one into Harry's hand without asking and nodded approval when he bit it instead of saying something noble. They stood like that for a minute, quiet, watching a girl sleep. The ward hummed. The clock clicked. The night held. The week turned on small gains. Astoria's pain came in duller waves. Pruitt lowered a draft by another fraction. Day shift healer Mahir left a note that read simply quality of life, which was the closest he came to joy. Harry didn't change the routine. He anchored, invited, stopped. He wrote everything down like he was studying for an exam that mattered. He slept like he had a job and a body, not a mission. Daphne started bringing proper coffee for the night staff, one for Pruitt, one for the ward clerk, one for Harry when he didn't dodge it. She didn't fuss. She set cup, said name, moved on. Bribery, Pruitt told her. Investment, Daphne said back. Sometimes she and Harry spoke. Not about prophecy or saviors or the war. About the Longbottom's greenhouse schedule. Neville had written to thank them for not giving up. About whether St. Mungo's records should be copied to Muggle-style backups. Yes, said Harry. Over my cool corpse, said Stroud. About biscuits. Lemon beet shortbread. Creature refused to arbitrate. He kept it in the quiet lines. She approved. One night, on a break, they walked to the vending charmer and stared at the awful choices. What's your favorite? Harry asked, not because it mattered but because talking about vending snacks was safer than talking about fear. Kaju Catley, she said, which this machine has never heard of. Chocolate frogs? He offered. She gave him a look over the edge of her cup. You're trying to make me admit I enjoy a gimmick. You're allowed to enjoy things. So are you. She pressed the buttons for 2 packets of plain crisps like she was signing a treaty. We can practice with mediocrity. They ate the crisps in companionable silence. When she left for the room, she touched 2 fingers to the edge of his sleeve. Not a squeeze. An acknowledgement. The first sign of trouble was small and stupid. Healer Thistle signed out the night notes for review, and didn't sign them back in until shift change. It happened twice. Harry chalked it up to bureaucracy and wrote copies in his own notebook. The second sign was louder. Thistle cornered Pruitt at the station with a voice pitched pleasantly for the corridor. We must consider whether exposing the patient to unknown vocal techniques. Pruitt didn't look up. We have considered. You were in the meeting. Thistle smiled. Some of us were not convinced. Some of us weren't listening, Pruitt said, and returned to her chart. Thistle's eyes slid to Harry. We all admire your instincts, Mr. Potter. Charting is better than admiration, Harry said. It keeps us honest. Thistle's smile flattened. Indeed, he left. Heels neat, robes tidy, smell of cologne that pretended to be subtle. Blaze watched him go. That man irons his conscience. Chart, Pruitt said again, but her mouth twitched. On Thursday, just before dawn, Astoria woke cold and clammy. The monitor stuttered. Harry was in the room before the alarm finished its second chirp. Pruitt slipped beside him like she'd been waiting around the corner. Stroud appeared in the doorway with her hair already up and her wand steady. Talk to me, Pruitt said. It's a rebound, Harry said, checking. Not a spike. Not pain. Withdrawal. Agreed, Pruitt said. We took the draft down too far. That's on me. Bring it up by a finger width. Keep the circle out. No vocal tonight. Harry nodded. Daphne stood at the foot of the bed, calm by choice. I'm here. You're doing very well, Pruitt said, not to reassure, but because it was true. Give us 5 minutes. Astoria shivered. Harry held her hand until the tremor went dull. He didn't speak Parseltongue. He spoke plain. You're safe. Breathe with me. He matched her breath until it matched his. Pruitt adjusted the draft. The monitor settled like a cat curling back into a warm spot. After Stroud nodded once. Good calls. Then, to Daphne, we'll keep this level for a week. No heroics. Daphne's chin lifted. No heroes, she agreed. Competent people. Exactly, Stroud said, and left. Pruitt wrote hold here and underlined it twice. Daphne looked at Harry. You didn't push. I promised, he said. Promise holds. Even when my stomach doesn't like it. Her mouth did that small tilt again. Good. She hesitated. Do you ever go anywhere that isn't a hospital or your funeral house? Sometimes the bakery, he said. Andromeda's on Sundays. I meant with people. She didn't look at him. We could go for coffee that isn't brewed in a crime scene. He felt a small, absurd rush of panic, the way he did before flying in whether he hadn't trained for. I can't while I'm assigned to Astoria's care. That wasn't a pass, she said dry. I know, he said quickly. Boundaries. I just should say it out loud. In case I forget I said it. Daphne's eyes softened. Barely. All right. She folded the blanket at the end of the bed a second time. After, he echoed, and went to wash the chalk from his hands. The headline broke at noon, after Harry had gone home to sleep. Savior's serpent tongue used in St. Mungo's dark healing trend? There was a photo, of course, file art of Harry at the Battle of Hogwarts, grim and dirty. The subhead used words like secret, experiment, pureblood patient. Someone had given the paper a copy of his chart note, or one that sounded like it. It quoted vocal intent and sibilance and left out consent and under supervision. By the time Harry woke, Creature had folded the prophet into the bin with a disgusted flick and put the evening edition under a tin of biscuits as if weight could hold lies down. Owls came, Creature said. Some with hate, some with stupid. Creature burned stupid. Harry scrubbed his face with both hands and didn't read the paper. He dressed, went in early, and found the front steps of St. Mungo's scattered with people who wanted a show. A witch with a sign that said "No Dark Magic in Children's Hospitals." A wizard with one that said "Healers not Hissers." Someone had drawn fangs on a copy of the prophet and stuck it to the wall. Security kept them off the wards. The noise leaked up anyway, muffled, ugly. He slipped in the staff entrance and went straight to Stroud's office. She was already standing, coat on the chair like a pinned banner, a file open with 2 neat copies of too many charts. Sit, she said. There was a second chair. There was always a second chair in Stroud's office, and she only used it when she meant to talk rather than scold. Harry sat. Board called an emergency session, she said. 4. Kemp will be there. Pruitt will be there. You will be there. Hermione Granger has been spotted by 3 different receptionists and at least 1 intern. I assume she is our unofficial legal counsel. That would be Hermione, Harry said. Stroud's jaw clenched once and released. Between now and then, you are off the ward. Harry swallowed. Astoria is my patient, Stroud said. I will not let an op-ed dictate care, but you are off the ward. Optics, policy, and because I am not going to let you be photographed through a door by a ghoul with a long lens. He nodded. It felt like stepping out of a room with someone still talking to you. Say it, Stroud said. I don't want to leave her on a day like this, he said. No heroics. Just the fact. I know, Stroud said. I will stand where you stood and say the words you say, minus the hiss. Pruitt will do the circle. Mahir will hum disapproval until the paint peels. Kemp will keep the board from inventing rules that don't exist. She paused. Potter, you're not special here, but you're not alone either. He breathed, the kind you take when you move from the front to the bench. Yes, healer. Stroud slid a paper across. Read this. It is what you did, not what the prophet says you did. Read it until you can say it without decoration. He read. It was his note, boiled down to bones. Consent, supervision, duration, observable change, adverse events. None. He read it again. He could say it. Stroud nodded once. Good. Go find some water. Don't go near the front. He stood, hesitated. Thistle, under investigation, Stroud said. Which means, he is hovering like a fly and we are not swatting in public. Yet, Harry nodded and left before he said something unwise. He didn't make it to water. Daphne found him in the corridor like she had a map to where he'd be when the floor tilted. Her eyes took in his empty hands, his two straight shoulders, the fact that he wasn't heading for the private ward. They've taken you off the case, she said. Not a question. Until the hearing, he said. Good, she said, and when his face must have done something she added. Good because it means these people have a process. We will use it. We will win it. Then you will come back and do your ridiculous not magic. In the meantime, competent people will hold the line. He looked at her and tried not to be grateful on the outside. How is she? Annoyed that she is not the center of the scandal, Daphne said dry. Also steady. Stroud is very stubborn. It suits my sister. She reached for his sleeve again and stopped an inch shy. She let her hand fall. You should not be seen near her room. I hate that. I still advise it. I know, he said. Hermione will prep me. Kemp will keep me from telling the board what I think of them. He tried a smile. Felt tired. I'm learning to be boring. Save the interesting for people who need it, she said. He nodded. After, he said again, and she nodded once like a deal. For a second, neither of them moved. Then Daphne leaned in and brushed her mouth against his cheek. Precise. Not a question. Not a thing to make a headline. For luck, she said, eyes steady. Not sentiment. His face went hot in the way that was not helpful. Right, he said. Luck. Go, she said, already gone. Back toward the room she could enter and he could not. Hermione took him into a small consult room and turned it into a seminar. Healer Kemp stood at the wall, arms folded, adding surgical corrections when Hermione's legal turned into Latin. Say what you did, Hermione said. Say why you did it. Say how you kept the patient safe. Cite your supervisor and their role. Do not editorialize. Do not say, I had to. You never have to with medicine. Consent, Kemp added. Say it every third sentence. Don't apologize for existing, Hermione said. Apologize if you made a procedural error. You didn't. Don't invent one because you're used to being guilty of the weather. Harry pinched the bridge of his nose. All right. Also, Hermione said, gentler. When they ask about Parseltongue, you'll say the thing we practiced. He repeated it. The vocal element is not a dark language. It's a tool for intent shaping. The content was invitation, not command. The intervention was designed to avoid coercion. It is documented. It is supervised. Kemp nodded. Good. Do not let them turn it into mystique. They hate what they can't measure. Give them measurements. Do I mention Doria's journals? He asked, throat tight. Not unless asked, Hermione said. And then you say, family research into restorative frameworks. Submitted to supervisors. Filed privately to avoid profit fishing. You do not hand them your grandmother's spine to chew, right? He said. Hermione squeezed his elbow. I know this feels like fourth year again, she said soft. It isn't. You have adults in the room now. Kemp snorted. Grudgingly. Her eyes were kind. You're not a hero here. Thank Merlin. Try professional under supervision. It will itch. You will live. Harry breathed. Professional under supervision, he said, and let it sit in his mouth until it fit. They walked him to the boardroom together. The corridor outside was quiet in that poised way that meant too many people were being polite at the same time. A nurse pushed a cart past and gave Harry a look that said, Don't let them be stupid. He nodded like he could promise. Healer Thistle stood near the far wall with a slim case and a smile he used as a blade. Rita Skeeter was not allowed on the ward, but someone with her glasses and hair like a hive loitered near the lifts, pretending to look at a plant. Stroud met them at the door. Are you ready to be dull? She asked. Yes, Healer, Harry said. Good. She put a hand to his shoulder for a heartbeat. Wait. not comfort. Stand here. We will go in. We will say what we did. We will not let them say what we did not. Understood, he said. The door opened. The board sat at a long table with paper everywhere. The chair, a witch with iron-gray hair that matched Stroud's but none of her use, looked up. Mr. Potter, she said, thank you for attending on short notice. Until the matter is resolved, you are suspended from direct patient care. He had been ready for anger. He had practiced not to show it. He nodded once. Understood. Good, the chair said. Satisfied by compliance she mistook for agreement. Let us begin. She tapped a quill. Did you or did you not employ Parseltongue? Hermione cleared her throat politely. A tiny chainsaw noise. With respect, Madam Chair, the question is, did Mr. Potter employ an approved, supervised, documented intent-shaping vocal intervention with patient consent and no adverse events? Kemp added. He did, Stroud said. We did. The chair blinked. The quill stopped. Thistle's smile chipped. Someone's tea sloshed. The ward hum bled under the door. Harry folded his hands on the table, so they wouldn't shake, and said the line he had practiced until it felt like a spell. With the patient's consent and under direct supervision, I used a time-limited vocal technique to invite the curse to loosen at specific sites. We observed a small reduction in pain with no adverse events. We documented everything. He looked at none of them. He did not look at Thistle. He did not look at the door where noise pressed. He looked at the paper in front of him with his own handwriting on it and waited. Outside, in a ward with a window cracked open to a gray afternoon, a girl with a blood curse slept without clenching her jaw. In the corridor, a woman in a severe dress sat with a coffee going cold and a mouth set in a line that meant she would wait as long as it took. Inside the boardroom, the chair opened her mouth and asked the next question. The hearing began. Chapter 7, The Case of Severus Snape. The boardroom smelled like old parchment and overboiled tea. Harry sat straight, hands flat, the line he'd practiced running in his head like a spell he trusted not to backfire. Hermione opened. Consent obtained. Supervision continuous. Duration limited. No adverse events. She looked tired in the eyes and precise everywhere else. The chair tried again. Mr. Potter, you admit to employing. Harry kept his voice even. Under direct supervision and with consent, we used a vocal intent technique to invite a curse to loosen at specific sites. We documented everything. Healer Thistle tapped his neat stack of parchment. And you believe this hissing is curative? Kemp, Stroud said, and stepped back like a fencer. Healer Kemp smiled without showing teeth. The intervention is not language dependent. The change is the practitioner's control over intent. If the family consents and 2 senior healers supervise, the law allows compassionate trials. That is what this is. It is also working. The chair's quill scratched. Working is not our metric for permission. Hermione's quill scratched louder. The patient's improvement, the family's consent, and adherence to policy are, though. Thistle shifted to a different angle. Optics matter. The public sees. He let it hang. Harry swallowed the old urge to carry a whole room. I'm off the ward, he said. You asked. I complied. I'm here to keep the focus on the patient, not a headline. The chair steepled her fingers. We are not convinced that your presence at St. Mungo's will remain constructive. Harry looked at the table, not at anyone's face. Then give me a case you want me to fail. Under supervision. Public if you prefer. Let the outcome decide whether I am constructive. Even Stroud blinked. Hermione's head turned sharply. Kemp's mouth twitched like a warning that approved and didn't. The chair lifted her brows. You have a case in mind? Harry did. It had arrived half-formed in the sleepless gap between bed and boardroom, and now it stood in his throat and demanded to be said. Severus Snape. Silence. Then paper rustled, chairs creaked, and the room got smaller. Thistle recovered first. Deceased. Comatose, Harry said. Stabilized in the shrieking shack with Bezoar and Dittany the night of the battle. Moved to St. Mungo's long-term ward a week later. Kemp nodded once. He's there. The chair glanced at her notes as if Snape had been hiding beneath the second page for 4 years. Why him? Harry let breath out through his nose. Because you cannot accuse me of sentiment. Because no one expects a miracle there. Because if I use anything you dislike, he will tell me where to put it. He didn't smile. Because it proves this isn't about a surname or a donation. Hermione's hand found his sleeve under the table. A light squeeze. Are you sure? He nodded once. Yes. Stroud folded her arms. Treatment would be non-coercive legitimacy as therapy, Harry said. Under the hospital's coma protocol. I won't shove. I'll build anchors and ask. If there's a door, I'll knock. Kemp's eyes warmed. A fraction. You would read, not break. Yes, Harry said. Thistle looked delighted in the careful way of someone who thought they were being handed a future corpse. If you fail, Harry didn't look away. Then you have proof I shouldn't be on a ward. Hermione's jaw tightened. Stroud's mouth flattened. Kemp sighed once. Long. Like a teacher watching a pupil step onto a beam. The chair folded her notes with unnecessary neatness. We will permit a single trial session under supervision and with legal approval. If there is no response or adverse event, you stop. We will reassess. Until then, you remain suspended from other patient care. Understood, Harry said. Consent? The chair said. Hermione was already there. Snape designated St. Mungo's as proxy decision-maker in absence of known family. We have that on file. The law allows therapeutic legitimacy for comatose patients with board approval. Very well, the chair said. Pruitt will observe. Kemp and Stroud will supervise. Mr. Potter, you have a single hour. Harry nodded. His hands were steady. His stomach wasn't. When? Now, Stroud said. Before the prophet finds the right corridor. Long-term Ward 3 was quiet in the way of rooms that had forgotten weather. Curtains half-drawn. Monitors drifting through their same small swims. A radio muttered very low from a nurse's pocket. News about ministry budgets and a Quidditch scandal Harry couldn't track. Snape lay on the third bed, the wall side. The bite marks along his neck were old scars now, white borders around what had been purple, then black, then stitched. He had lost weight and then his body had settled into the spare version of itself that hospitals make. The lines of his face had stayed sharp, even asleep. The mouth was the same motionless blade. Kemp set a small box on the tray table. Anchors and counters, she said. We will keep you from getting lost and pull you if you're being stupid. I am right here, Harry said. Too soft to be anything but noticed. Kemp's mouth tipped. Not unkind. We know. Stroud stood at the foot of the bed. Protocol, she said, crisp. We document baseline vitals. We set external anchors. We do not exceed 40 minutes inside. If you have to shout, you're doing it wrong. If he starts to seize, I'm out, Harry said. Good, Stroud said. Pruitt checked the monitors herself. Baseline steady. No signs of distress. I'll sit at the head. She moved the chair and set her hand near the tangles of tube like she could hold the whole mess still if it kicked. Hermione stood by the door with a clipboard and steady breath. Everything said, Harry? He swallowed. One thing. He stepped forward and put his hand on the bed rail because the rail could take it. Professor Snape, he said, using the title on purpose because respect is an anchor too. It's Potter. I'm going to try to find you. I won't break anything. I won't steal. If you want me out, say out. If you can't say it, show me. I'll listen. He waited. The hum of the ward. The wheeze of air. The very faint smell of antiseptic and something like old potions books. Kemp placed a braided cord in his palm. Anchor 1, she said. Hold. If you lose direction, tug. We'll tug back. Stroud put a small copper bell at the bedside. Anchor 2. You will not need it. Pruitt passed him a vial with clear liquid. Smelling salts. If he comes up too fast. Thank you, Harry said. He sat on the stool so his shoulders were in line with Snape's head. Not looming. He took the cord, looped it around his wrist and held the other end. He closed his eyes and breathed until the urge to be spectacular left his hands. Ready, he said. Kemp's voice went soft. Go at the pace of someone you'd like to visit again. Harry went in. Legitimacy done like a duel is a smash and a grab. Legitimacy done like healing is a door knock. A step back, the patience to wait until the latch remembers it liked moving. He pictured Snape's mind as a corridor because that was the first temptation to avoid. Minds aren't neat. They are houses that grew rooms when you weren't looking and then forgot to tell you where the stairs went. He knocked anyway, not to open but to announce himself. Then he waited and let the feeling of being watched by a room run the length of his arms. There was a smell, burned sage and cold stone, and a pressure like being in a library that wanted you to whisper. "Professor," he said inside. Not with his mouth. With the breath space legitimacy uses when you're not shoving. The watching didn't change. A door appeared 2 steps in front of him, not because doors appear, but because sometimes the mind decides to make metaphors for you if it thinks you're too literal to manage another way. "Knock," Kemp had said in the training room once, tapping a blue-painted door. "Say your name. Speak your purpose. Never lie about purpose. Minds throw you down the stairs if you lie." Harry knocked. "Potter," he said. "Here to return what isn't yours and leave what is." The door didn't open. The air went colder. A voice that wasn't a voice said, "You are not welcome." Harry swallowed and let gratitude for a clear answer show itself by not arguing. "Understood," he said. "If you want me gone, say out. Or show me a door that leads to out. I will take it." A long pause. Then, "You never leave when told." The voice felt like a room with dust in it and a long habit of locking. "That's fair," Harry said. "I am here with rules. I will follow them." The handle clicked. Not open. Unlatched. Harry did not push. He put his fingers to the wood and waited. It swung inward a finger width. Cold air breathed out, damp stone and the taste of iron. He went in at the pace he'd promised. The first space was not a corridor. It was a classroom. Empty desks. A blackboard with lines half-wiped. The smell of chalk and spilled ingredients. On the desk at the front. A lily. Not a flower. A name written in cramped, careful script. Harry did not touch it. "All right," he said quietly to the room. "We'll leave what is yours." A rustle like robes. He turned. Snape stood between the shelves of an imagined storeroom, younger than the bed, older than the memory of a boy by a river. His wand was drawn because of course it was. The eyes were as Harry remembered when they were awake. Unamused, trying to calculate how much of the year you would waste. "You," Snape said. "You are not welcome." The voice did not echo here. It absorbed. Harry kept his own wand down by his thigh where the old reflexes couldn't reach for it by themselves. "I'll go if you say out," he said. "Or you can show me where the hurt is and I'll sit there and breathe until it unclenches. Your choice." Snape's mouth didn't move when it nearly smiled. "Breath. You offer breath in a tomb." "It's part of the job," Harry said. "I can also be silent. I can make tea. I can hold a door." "How very Gryffindor," Snape said, dry and lethal. "Trying Slytherin," Harry said. "We could trade." Snape's eyes flicked to the lily on the desk. Away. Back. The change in air pressure said he knew exactly what Harry had seen and exactly what Harry might try to say. Harry did not say it. "You are here to pry," Snape said. "I am here to make it easier to breathe," Harry said. "If you let me. If you don't, I leave." Snape watched him for the count of 12. Then one of the cabinet doors opened itself. Inside, memories in vials stoppered neat. Labels that were older than both of them. "If you must," Snape said. "You will not rearrange. You will not spill. You will not touch what is labeled not yours." Harry stepped closer. The labels were tidy, with odd little jokes only the writer had meant to understand. "Take with water. Do not administer together. For fools and their fires." "Which one hurts?" Harry asked. Snape's mouth didn't move. His hand did. It hovered over a vial with no label. The glass looked colder than the rest. Harry didn't pick it up. "Describe it," he said. Snape's eyes, fixed on the vial, went a degree darker. "A hillside. A shadow. A choice I made because someone else wrote it on a board 3 years earlier. The tower. The green light. The shout. The wand that didn't falter. The body that fell like it had been waiting to." Harry felt his breath shorten and made it long again. "Do you want it dimmer?" he asked. "I want it to stop being the only thing," Snape said. So quiet the room leaned forward to hear it. All right, Harry said. I can't erase it. I can't untie it from what it did afterwards. I can help it stop blocking the door. Snape's head tilted. Rhymes with the drivel you learned from that foolish woman in 3rd year. Works better when you're not 13, Harry said. May I set an anchor? Snape did not move for 3 heartbeats. What kind? Something you trust, Harry said. Not to make it pretty, to make it bearable. Snape's jaw moved twice like he was choosing whether to spit or speak. There is nothing I trust. Your own rules, Harry said. You trust those. They kept you alive. They hurt you too, but they kept you alive. Something like recognition flashed, dislike in a different shape. You listen more now. I'm paid to, Harry said. May I use the rule book as the anchor? Snape's mouth quirked, almost too small to see. Very well, Potter. Do not make me regret it. Harry lifted his hand, palm open, so even a room could see he wasn't stealing. He conjured, not in the mind space, but in his own attention, a neat little book with a Slytherin crest because Snape would sneer at anything else. He set it on the corner of the desk with the care he would use for a hot cauldron. Rule, he said. You may open this when the vial wakes you up again. It will remind you that there are more rooms than this one. Snape's eyes tracked the book, not trusting, not refusing. Breath, Harry added, and took one so deep it made his shoulders loosen. You have that without me. Snape's eyes flicked to his chest, back to the book. Do not instruct me how to breathe. Won't, Harry said. May I sit? He sat without permission because the room had given up pretending it hadn't allowed him in. He didn't reach for the unlabeled vial. He kept his hand near it. He said quietly, You can look at it and something else at the same time. Snape didn't answer. His hand hovered over the vial, then hooked away, then came back. He picked it up. He didn't open it. He set it down. He didn't smash it. The room changed temperature by half a degree. You are insufferable, Snape said, voice almost gentle the way a blade is almost a spoon if you squint too hard. Harry huffed. Yes. He kept his hands on his knees. He didn't reach to steady anything that wasn't falling. Next, Snape said abruptly. A different cabinet. A bedroom too tidy. A man's voice that had the same cruelty as silence. A woman's hands that smelled like potion and never warmth. A boy under a table with a book that smelled like escape. Harry's stomach did the old twist. Rule, he said. We do not say we deserved it. Snape's eyes cut to him. Do not. I am not debating, Harry said steady. I am writing it down. He tapped the little Slytherin book, his own mind's prop. The rule wrote itself neatly as if Snape's hand had learned the script first. We do not say we deserved it. Snape looked at the line and didn't flinch. He moved his hand to another vial. Next, the river. The girl with hair like the name on the desk. The word that ruined everything. The cold taste of old shame. The stubborn hope that bent into something like worship and then snapped his spine when it broke. Rule, Harry said after the ache crested. We tell the truth about cost. Snape's mouth twitched. He looked at the lily on the desk, then at Harry like daring him to move one syllable wrong. Say it. You loved her, Harry said. It didn't make you kind. It made you brave. It didn't make you right. It kept you from dying when dying would have been easier. The room did not explode. Snape did not hex him. The lily on the desk didn't wilt, because it wasn't a flower and he hadn't tried to pick it. Snape set the unlabeled vial beside the labeled ones. He didn't hide it. He didn't display it. He put it on a shelf. You are infuriating, he said. I work nights, Harry said. The corner of Snape's mouth did something dangerous. You joke when you should be afraid. I'm afraid, Harry said. Jokes help. The room shivered once, like a held breath let go. The edges of shelves grew less sharp. The temperature edged up to human. Harry glanced at the braided cord around his wrist and tugged once. Tightened back. He felt the tiny echo of Stroud's hand on the bell. Pruitt's steady sit. Kemp's note pen scratching. Time, Kemp's voice said, very far and very clear. Harry stood. I'll come back, he said. Snape sniffed. Do not make a habit of visiting without bringing your own tea. I'll ask Pruitt, Harry said. He moved to the door. He didn't turn his back until the room did not require him to prove he trusted it. Professor, Snape's head tipped. A nod a man would give a student on the one day the student had said something almost worth hearing. Harry stepped back into the ward. The lights were the same. The air had the same quiet. Pruitt's hand hadn't moved. Stroud still looked like flint. Kemp's eyes were bright like someone had watched a ridiculous trick work. Harry's head hurt in the way that meant he had not been clever enough to avoid a headache and not stupid enough to cause a seizure. He took 3 slow breaths because he had said he would and because Snape was in there somewhere reading a rule book he had not asked for and not throwing it away. Vitals? Stroud asked. Pruitt kept her eyes on the monitor. No spikes. Pulse improved by 2. Oxygen up by 1. She did not smile. No adverse events. Kemp wrote the line. What did you do? Harry kept it dull. Gained entry. Set an anchor the patient would trust. Labeled 3 high-load memories with rules for use. No forced reliving. No forced reframe. He raised his eyes. He is aware. He answered. He did not eject me. Hermione let out a breath she had apparently been holding on his behalf. Good. Stroud leaned in close to Harry, so the nurses couldn't read her mouth. You are not a battering ram. I know, he said. Good, she said. We will not tell the prophet. We will tell the board, Hermione said, already halfway out the door to start the war of memos. Protocol, Kemp added. 2 more sessions this week, if patient remains stable. Pruitt will bar the door if you waver. Harry nodded. The urge to look at Snape's face for movement it wouldn't show nearly took him by the neck. He didn't. He picked up the little bell, set it exactly where Stroud had put it, and stepped back. Go drink water, Pruitt said. Then sit. If you try to stand without water, your legs will teach you how stupid that is. He obeyed. Sitting felt like not failing. He drank. The room stayed itself. After 10 minutes, the monitor flickered in the small way it does when a body decides to come up a step from a very long stair. Pruitt stood. Stroud did too. Kemp tilted her head. Hermione pushed the door back in with her hip. Snape's eyelids trembled. Opened. Shut. Opened again. His pupils narrowed against the light. Harry stayed in the chair. He did not lean in. He didn't say professor because he wanted to. Snape's throat worked. The sound that came out was dry and ugly and alive. Water, he said. Pruitt had the cup ready. She lifted his head, tipped a sip. He swallowed, blinked again. The eyes found the ceiling, then the faces, then Harry. Snape's lip curled in the only expression of fondness he owned. Potter, he rasped. You insufferable brat. Harry choked on a laugh that wasn't allowed to be a sob. Yes, sir. Pruitt's hand shook, barely, when she set the cup down. She pretended it was the cup's fault. Stroud looked away to write something no one would ever delete. Kemp put a hand flat on the blanket as if to remind the bed it was real. Snape's eyes closed again, not to leave, to rest. Tell Minerva she owes me 5 galleons, he muttered, completely serious. Harry blinked. For what? Surviving you, Snape said and slept. Pruitt exhaled like a cork leaving a bottle. Alive, she said because that was the right word. Hermione wiped her eyes and pretended she hadn't. Bored, she said, already gathering paper. We need a note that reads like policy and feels like a miracle. Stroud pointed the pen at Harry. You. 10 minutes. Do not fall on your face in the corridor. He made it to the wall, slid down it, and sat on the floor where he couldn't scare anyone by grinning. Blaise appeared, because he always did when drama had the good manners to wait until his shift. You look like a man who hissed at a skull and made it laugh, Blaise said, passing him a cup of something that hoped to be tea one day. He woke up, Harry said. Called me a brat. Blaise's eyebrows went up. High praise. He peered into the ward through the glass. Is anyone fainting? Only internally, Harry said. Blaise leaned his shoulder to Harry's. Good. Do not become unbearable. Stroud will staple you to a mop. Harry stared at his hands. They were shaking again, tired and happy and horrified that happy existed. We have to tell Daphne before the prophet does, he said into the rim of the cup. As a friend, Blaise asked, lightly. As a family, Harry said. She will be here tonight. She should hear a good thing in the right order for once. Blaze's mouth curved. Soft. Alive, Harry said, stealing Pruitt's word. The board met again at 4 with their shoulders set like they were ready to disapprove even of evidence. Hermione led with the chart. Kemp followed with the protocol. Stroud used 7 words. Patient responded. No adverse events. Proceed cautiously. Thistle stared at the single line that mattered. Patient opened eyes, oriented to voice, complied with simple request. Water, answered name given. His mouth made a shape like impossible. The chair cleared her throat. This is unexpected. Hermione laced her fingers. Mr. Potter remains suspended from all other patient care until we finish the review you asked for. In the meantime, he will perform 2 additional, supervised sessions with Mr. Snape this week. The chair wanted to argue. She found nowhere for the argument to sit. Very well. Public statement. St. Mungo's continues to innovate responsibly within protocol to improve outcomes for long-term patients, Kemp said smoothly. No names. Thistle found his voice. You will not tell the public that we have resuscitated a coma patient from a dragon snake bite, Hermione said. Perfectly bland. No resurrection required. The chair banged her gavel because she liked the sound. Adjourned. Next session in 2 days. They filed out. Blaze intercepted Harry with a paper bag that smelled like sugar. We celebrate with donuts like muggles, he said. Because subtlety is for people who didn't just bring a bat back from the dead. Bite, Harry corrected. And stop telling people He looked down the hall at the ward door. He didn't finish the sentence. Right, Blaze said. We will call it mind gardening and confuse everyone. Harry huffed. Fine. He crumpled the paper bag in one hand and tucked a donut into his mouth like he had not eaten something good in days. Sugar shocked him awake. The world steadied. He wrote the notes in the quiet office Stroud pretended wasn't hers. He kept them plain. Entry without coercion. Anchor. Rulebook metaphor. Patient-oriented. Spoke. Followed commands. Observed microsigns of humor. Plan. Repeat X2. Extend 5 minutes each. Reassess. He did not write about the lily on the desk. He didn't have to. That belonged to the shelf. Before he left, he walked to Astoria's door and stopped a full meter from the threshold. He touched the frame with 2 fingers, the way Daphne had approved in a look. He didn't go in. He sent a message with a junior nurse. Tell Miss Greengrass. Snape woke and insulted me. Protocol held. Night schedule unchanged. Tea request standing. The nurse grinned. On it. Harry went home. Creature thrust a bowl into his hands and a glass of water at his chest. Eat. Drink. Sit. Harry obeyed. He didn't open Doria's journal. He put his hand on the cover and said, I found a door. I knocked. He slept and dreamed of a classroom with a neat shelf and a book with a snake on it, and a voice that called him a brat like it meant, do not stop. Night again. The ward murmur. Daphne waited outside Astoria's room with coffee and a raised brow. I heard, she said. McGonagall screamed at a portrait and someone told my mother. She pretended not to care. She failed. Snape woke, Harry said. He asked for water. Then he insulted me. Classic recovery. Daphne's mouth warmed. Good. She handed him a small tin. Astoria requested you have these before you try anything that needs hands. He opened the tin. Lemon biscuits. Creatures, somehow. Traitor, he muttered, not to Daphne. Creature defected to the side of your continued survival, Daphne said. She looked at his hands until he took one and ate it. Will you try again tonight? Snape, both, she said. My sister first. The insult can wait. Harry nodded. Same rules. Same minute. She stepped back so he could pass, but touched his sleeve on the way. Congratulations, she said. Not for the noise. For the work. He nodded once. After, he said again before his mouth did anything foolish. Inside, Astoria lifted her head. You look like a man who made trouble and didn't die. Progress, Harry said, and set the chalk down in the place Pruitt preferred. Pruitt appeared, took the biscuit tin like it had been left for her all along, and wrote sustain. slow in the margin of the chart with a line so straight it could have held the ward up. They worked. Astoria breathed. The circle held. Somewhere down the corridor, a bell stayed quiet on a bedside table because it was in the right place and this was a good night. Harry kept his promises. He did not push. He did not perform. He did not hide. The hospital did its steady weather around them while the prophet invented a storm, and for once the storm wasn't the loudest thing in the room. Chapter 8. The Case of Draco Malfoy. The ward alarms chimed in an ugly harmony that meant not dying, but close. Harry hit the corner at a jog and stopped outside bed 12. The curtains shook like they were trying to breathe for the person inside. Pruitt cracked the curtain with 2 fingers. "In," she said. "Slow." Harry stepped through. Draco Malfoy lay on the bed like a sprung wire. His skin had the washed-out look of too many potions. His eyes were open and not here. The air around the bed had that wrong cold he knew from 3rd year, the kind that made bones remember lakes. "Dementor residue," Pruitt said. "Not literal. Echoes. He started seeing things when we lowered the draft." "I told you," Draco said to no one. "They laugh when you close your eyes." Harry moved to the left side so he wouldn't loom. "Malfoy," he said, even like he had all the time in the world. "It's Potter." Draco's head twitched toward the voice, then away. No, you're not here. You never are when it matters." Harry glanced at Pruitt. She nodded once. He set his wand down where Draco could see it and lifted both palms. "I'm not going to touch you. I'm going to adjust the light." He said Nox to the overhead charm and brought the room down to twilight. He pinched a small lumos at his fingertips, no brighter than a candle, and let it pulse. Slow, predictable, breath-paced. "Match this," he said. "Not for me. For the stupid light." "That's ridiculous," Draco muttered. But his eyes tracked the pulse. Harry kept the beat. "Good. 5 things that aren't moving," he said quietly. "Say them," Draco hissed. "This is childish." "Humor me," Harry said. 5. Silence stretched. Then, clipped, curtain, bed rail, the table, your stupid light, Pruitt's pen. 4, Harry said. Textures. Linen, Draco said through his teeth. Wool blanket, paper, cold air. 3 smells, antiseptic. Tea. You smell like chalk. Harry said nothing about how that last one eased something in his chest. 2 sounds. The monitor, Draco said. Your breath. 1 breath, Harry said. Yours. They did it. 1 breath. Another. The wrong cold thinned the way fog thins when you stop staring at it. Pruitt's pen stopped. She stepped back from the bed like a lifeguard giving room. Index down by 1, she said. Draco blinked, hard, and found Harry's face with effort. You're actually here. Night shift, Harry said. I haunt hospitals. Draco swallowed. His hands unclenched a little. He looked embarrassed by the sweat on his temple and then looked angry at himself for looking embarrassed. Don't say anything polite. I wasn't going to, Harry said. Pruitt adjusted the draft tube by a fraction and wrote hold. Observe with her tidy hand. I'm at the station, she said to both of them. Shout if the world ends. She left the curtain cracked so light could remember to be normal. Harry pulled the chair over and sat where Draco could see him without turning his head. He kept his hands in his lap. How long have the laughs been back? Since Azkaban, Draco said. Flat. It wasn't a boast. It wasn't a confession. They never shut up. You lot hand out chocolate like it's a sacrament. It isn't, Harry agreed. It helps in the moment. It doesn't teach your brain that it's not still there. Draco's mouth twitched. My brain is very sure it is still there. Mine too, Harry said. He tapped the chair arm twice, an old habit. They showed me my worst and called it truth. It isn't. It's a trick with good staging. Draco stared at him like he had been prepared to fight and someone had pulled the floor away instead. Don't use your hero speech voice on me. I'm not, Harry said. I don't have one anymore. You never did, Draco muttered, but it lacked heat. Harry nodded at the pulse of light at his fingers. We can keep doing this. Or we can add tools. With your say-so. Draco's eyes flicked to the wand on the table. Tools that don't muck about in my head. Right now. Harry said. No mind work. Not unless you ask. First we give your body better instructions. Draco narrowed his eyes. Instructions. Dementors taught your nerves a song. Harry kept his voice even. We drown it out with a different one. Then, when you're steady, we decide if you want to go into the old rooms and move the furniture. Draco closed his eyes and let his head fall to the side as if looking at Harry Cost. You practice these little speeches. I practice not lying, Harry said. It's new. The corner of Draco's mouth lifted despite him. Terrifying, Harry reached into his pocket and took out a small, flat coin. It was a plain sickle with a roughened edge and a tiny charm woven through the center. He set it on the table where Draco could see it. Anchor coin. Warming charm set to slow breath. If you hold it and breathe too fast, it stays cool. If you match it, it warms. That's idiotic, Draco said. Yes, Harry said. Also useful. Draco's hand lifted, then stopped. He looked at the coin, at Harry, at his own hand like it had joined the wrong team. Side effects. You feel a bit less like you're falling, Harry said. It doesn't cure war. It gives you something stupid to do that isn't listening to ghosts. Draco took the coin, stayed cool for 3 breaths, then warmed. He flinched. Then he glared at the coin like it had betrayed him. Congratulations, Harry said. You did a thing. Don't patronize me, Draco said. His hand closed around the coin anyway. They sat like that for a while. Harry matched the light to Draco's breath and kept it steady. Draco's shoulders came down from his ears. The air lost the winter bite. Why are you doing this? Draco asked without opening his eyes. Harry looked at the ceiling and gave the answer he'd promised himself he'd say the first time someone asked. Because unhealable is a lie when it's used as an excuse to stop trying. Because I remember hating the word hopeless. Because you didn't die, and that should mean something other than being left on a shelf. Draco's mouth tightened. You are insufferable. True, Harry said. The board reinstated him 2 days after Snape asked for water and insulted 3 people by name. The statement was sensible and dull. Stroud read it once, nodded, and went back to work. Kemp told him, Congratulations, professional under supervision. Hermione stole the preamble to keep the prophet from finding a better headline. Healer Thistle did not congratulate him. He wore a smile like a pressed flower and watched from the far end of the corridor. Blaze took a picture of the bland notice and drew a mustache on it with a self-inking quill. For history, he said. Harry spent the morning back on the ward like he had never left. He kept his head down. He checked the long-term notes. He checked Astoria's chart and didn't go in. He checked Snape's file, which now included awake, oriented X2, refuses broth, insults intact. He smiled at that. He went to bed 12. Pruitt met him with a line of updates. We've kept Malfoy on a half dose of calming draft. Anything more and he goes cardboard. Night terrors, too. Hallucinations, auditory predominance. He responds to your silly light. It enjoys being called silly, Harry said. Pruitt grunted. Macmillan stopped by with a Patronus trick to damp the background hum. He's a good lad. We'll use it. Harry blinked. Ernie? He's never been just a Hufflepuff, Pruitt said. No one is. They went in together. Draco was curled on his side, knees drawn up. The anchor coin pressed into the hollow of his palm like he meant to fuse it there. His eyes tracked them soberly. Potion first, Pruitt said. Then your nonsense. It isn't nonsense, Draco said, steady, which meant he was getting better at pretending he believed himself. Pruitt raised a brow. Still calling it nonsense means you're not ready to marry it. Good. Potter, do the light. Harry did the light. Draco matched it, slower this time. The monitor settled. Right, Harry said when they had a rhythm. Exercises. Draco made a face like homework had followed him into adulthood. Of course you brought a syllabus. For things, Harry said. Short, boring, repeatable. He ticked them off. 1. The light. 2. The coin. 3. A ward that filters the worst of the echoes. For a line, Draco repeated, suspicious. A sentence you say when the laughs come back, Harry said. Out loud if you can get your mouth to do it, in your head if not. Not a threat. Not a prayer. A rule. Draco stared at the ceiling. What rule? You write it, Harry said. But here are options. That was then. I'm here now. This is a trick. Draco made a disgusted noise. You sound like a muggle therapist. I stole from the best, Harry said. Draco turned the coin once, twice. What do you say when your ghosts get loud? Harry kept his eyes on the light. Today? Not now. Or sit. Sit? Draco repeated, incredulous. You tell your nightmares to sit. Harry shrugged. Sometimes it works. Draco let out a breath that might have been a laugh if it had felt safer. You're ridiculous. Correct, Harry said. Now pick a line. Draco looked at the ceiling until his eyes burned. Fine. This is a trick. Good, Harry said. Say it. This is a trick, Draco said. His voice cracked. This is a trick. He swallowed. He said it again, lower. This is a trick. The wrong cold made a last, petty pass and then eased. He went soft against the pillow without meaning to. Pruitt's pen scratched line chosen. Effect positive. Fourth, Harry said when Draco's mouth stopped wanting to spit. The ward. It dampens the frequency the echoes like. It's not permanent. It's a pair of earmuffs for your skin. Cast it, Draco said, tired. I can't, Harry said. Only you can. I can teach it. Draco glared. Of course. Harry took his wand and tapped the bed rail. Pattern is simple. He drew a half oval in the air, a line of runes no bigger than a thumb. Harmonic ward. Old household magic. It doesn't block. It tunes. He spoke the charm slow so Draco could hear the shapes. Silit Harmonia. Draco copied. Hand clumsy. Breath off. The runes wobbled. The ward thunked like a dead fish. Again, Harry said calm. Less push. More breath. Think of a door that closes without slamming. Draco's jaw clicked. He tried again. The runes held a fraction longer. The bed's charm lines hummed and then steadied. Pruitt nodded. Good enough for today. We will reset if it squeals. She capped her pen. I'm at the station. She left them to the small work. They did the ward twice more. The third time it stuck like it had chosen to. Draco's shoulders slipped down a notch. Water, he said. Harry handed him the cup. Draco drank like someone who had forgotten how and then remembered. Why do they laugh? Draco asked after, voice smaller. I killed no one. Not with my own hand. I did every stupid thing I ever did to keep my family alive. Why do they laugh? Harry let the first answer die. He said the one that was honest. Because the thing that eats you doesn't care why. It learned your fear and stuck. It laughs because it doesn't know any other sound. Draco stared at the ceiling until there were no tears and then blinked anyway. Idiotic. Yes, Harry said. Also true, they built the day around boring. Harry came for 2 sessions, 30 minutes each. Pruitt hovered. Blaze wandered by and pretended Draco was a plant. He left a book about pastries on the table and wrote page 63 excellent on a scrap like a code. Tell him to sod off, Draco said without heat. Tell him yourself, Harry said. Later, Draco said. He didn't mean never. Narcissa Malfoy arrived in a suit that could kill. She stood at the foot of the bed and surveyed the scene like she was inspecting a garden she hadn't planted. Her eyes paused on Harry, on the anchor coin, on the 2 plain notes. She did not smile. She inclined her head. Healer Potter, she said. Trainee, Harry said. He stood because old habits are hard to unlearn and because respect is easier than argument. My son is improved, she said exact. Your son is working, Harry said. We're giving him tools. He's using them. Narcissa's gaze did something he couldn't read. It might have been gratitude. It might have been the thought that gratitude was too cheap a word. Good. She looked at Draco. Do you require anything? Quiet, Draco said. And fewer peacocks. She looked faintly amused. I will cancel the peacocks. She glanced at Harry again. I am told you woke Mr. Snape. With help, Harry said. He woke himself because he's stubborn. Of course, she said, and the corner of her mouth moved a millimeter. Thank you for being tedious. Harry blinked. You're welcome. She left without spilling anything, which felt like an achievement. Peacocks, Harry said after the door shut. You have no idea, Draco muttered, but his mouth was softer. On the third day they tried a tiny piece of mind work. Harry stood at the foot of the bed, both hands visible, voice level. Consent, he said. Yes or no? Draco watched him like a challenge he hadn't decided to take. Define it. I sit at the door, Harry said. You don't let me past. You tell me what the room looks like, and I write down the parts that help. If anything turns sharp, we stop. Draco swallowed. His hand found the coin. No touching, Harry said. No tricks. Draco closed his eyes. Fine. Sit. Harry did. He did not push. He did the mental posture that felt like waiting on a porch with tea. The first impression was noise, the kind that crowds make. Then a corridor like no corridor, because minds are terrible architects, and a door that had been slammed too many times. What's on the other side? Harry asked out loud. Not in. Draco's jaw moved. A cell. Wet. Do we go in? Harry asked. No, Draco said, voice smaller. We build a bench outside and sit until the laughter gets bored. Describe the bench, Harry said, steady. Draco breathed. Wood. Dry. No splinters. Creaks when you move. Harry wrote it. Does it have arms? Yes, Draco said after a moment. So you don't fall. They sat like that for 5 minutes. Draco's hands shook. He didn't drop the coin. He said his line under his breath until the laugh receded. This is a trick, he whispered. This is a trick. It is, Harry said. Our trick beats theirs. Draco opened his eyes. He looked like someone who had run from a thing and then turned around to discover he could walk. Stop. Harry stopped. Pruitt's pen wrote tolerated 5 minutes. Patient-directed end. No adverse events. She didn't say good. She sipped tea as if the word had been there. By the end of the week, Draco could cast the harmonic ward without swearing. He could say his line with less contempt. He could hold the coin for a full minute. He slept for 2 hours without a draft and woke angry because no one had been there to see it. Harry walked in as he was tearing the pillowcase off to give his hands something to ruin. Stop murdering linen, Harry said mildly. Tell me what happened. I slept, Draco snarled. Properly. And then I woke up. He looked like he might sit on the floor just to stop moving. It was quiet. That's not nothing, Harry said. It is everything, Draco snapped, then bit the inside of his cheek like he had shown too much. Sit, Harry said, which was either a joke or an instruction or both. Draco sat. He didn't say thank you. He didn't have to. Blaze slid in later with coffee and, absurdly, a small potted succulent. For the bench, he said. There is no bench, Draco said. There is absolutely a bench, Blaze said. He put the plant on the table where the light hit it and did not look at Harry when he said, Good work, Potter. Team sport, Harry said. Pruitt will take our heads if we start acting like heroes. Correct, Pruitt said from the doorway without looking up from the chart. Now all of you drink water. They did. Ron stopped by in uniform the next day, hat under his arm like he still hadn't learned where to put it. He glared at the wall until it glared back. Malfoy, he said into the room. Captain Weasley, Draco said, dry. Ron looked like he wanted to fight a chair just to get the energy out. He settled for shifting his weight. If you give my friend grief, I'll arrest you for being annoying. Is that a statute? Draco asked, bored. His hands were steady on the coin. It is now, Ron said. He checked Harry. You good. Working, Harry said. Ron nodded. Right? He took the hat out to glare at it in the corridor instead. On his way, he knocked Blaze's plant over. Blaze sighed. Gryffindors. 2 weeks in, the laughter didn't vanish. It changed. It learned that Draco would not run every time. It learned that it got bored of a boy counting 5 things out loud while glaring at the ceiling like he hated it but was determined to win. Harry didn't celebrate. He marked it down, adjusted nothing, and kept the schedule. Pruitt approved by not adding more work. Stroud read the accumulated notes and circled 2 phrases. Patient choice and no adverse events. She underlined them, then underlined no adverse events again. Healer Thistle filed a politely worded concern about the inappropriate importation of Muggle modalities into a magical setting. Kemp wrote declined. Outcomes improving. Policy satisfied in 3 words and did not take a meeting. Narcissa returned with a folder of old Malfoy household wards and asked whether any of them could be adapted for harmonic use. Harry said yes to 2 and no to 1, and she did not call him a child for contradicting her. She watched him teach Draco how to anchor to door frames and corners, as if a room would hold you if you asked it right. She left without saying thank you. She sent a basket of fruit that made Creature cry. Harry pretended not to notice. On a quiet afternoon, when the ward hummed and Snape refused broth 3 rooms over, Draco glanced at Harry and said very low, "I can hear them." "Quieter." Harry nodded. "Me too." Draco stared. "You still?" "I still," Harry said. "I told you I see them too." Draco looked away like looking would have made something break. "Hate that." "Same," Harry said. They sat. The light pulsed. The coin warmed. The ward hummed at the right frequency. The bench held outside the door. At the end of the chapter of Days That Made a Week, Pruitt signed a new line on the chart. Calming draft reduced to quarter dose. Patient to trial sleep without potion, nights only, with staff present. She looked at Draco. "You will tell us if the laughs get loud." "I hate you," Draco said, which was to say, "I will tell you." Harry took first watch. He set the silly light to a slower pulse. He sat in the chair with a book open and did not read it. Draco watched him not reading for a while like he was trying to find the trap. He didn't find it. He slept. When he startled awake 2 hours later, he didn't reach for the draft. He reached for the coin. He said his line under his breath. He looked at Harry and found him exactly where he had left him. "Still here," Harry said, as if it were the most ordinary sentence in the world. Draco exhaled and let his head sink back. "Don't make it a habit." "It is literally my job," Harry said. "Insufferable?" Draco murmured, already sliding back down into something like rest. Harry sat. The room breathed. Somewhere down the hall, Snape complained about tea. In another wing, a girl with a curse slept without clenching her jaw for a little longer than last week. The hospital did its steady weather. Harry wrote 1 line in his notebook before he turned the light down another notch. Not a fix. A set of tools. He uses them. He underlined he uses them. Then he let the ward hum and the night be boring on purpose. Morning came in like normal light. Pruitt checked the monitors and nodded. Stroud read the overnight note and did not roll her eyes. Blaze arrived with 3 coffees and a pastry book volume 2. Narcissa came and stood where the light was kind to her face and said "good," as if it hurt and healed at the same time. Ron walked past and didn't threaten anyone for 5 whole minutes. Hermione sent a memo that said, "If Thistle corners you, say policy, and walk away." Draco looked at Harry and didn't flinch. "I'm not better," he said firm. "Good," Harry said. "You're not done." Draco's mouth tilted. "I'm going to hate you for months." "That seems healthy," Harry said. "Don't get used to it," Draco said. He adjusted the pillow and lay back like a person instead of a field of glass. "And Potter." Harry raised a brow. Draco's eyes closed. "Thanks," he said. So quiet the ward pretended not to hear it. Harry sat a little straighter in the awful chair and pretended not to hear it either. He picked up his book and didn't read it again. He watched the light do its work. Outside, the prophet invented a different scandal. Inside, a boy who had been taught to hear laughter where there was none slept for another 20 minutes. The monitor hummed. The coin warmed in a palm that didn't shake. Harry breathed with the room until the room didn't need him to. Chapter 9. The Longbottoms. The ministry hearing room had too much polish for a place that liked saying no. Hermione sat at Harry's left with a folder thick enough to be a weapon. Stroud stood by the door with her arms folded like a ward. Neville paced a careful 5 steps behind them, hat in his hands. He looked like a man who had practiced not hoping. "Petition to authorize therapeutic intervention for Frank and Alice Longbottom," Hermione said. "Clear. Restorative framework. Consent proxy accepted." The Undersecretary for Health adjusted her spectacles as if she was about to examine a specimen. "The law is plain. Damage from sustained cruciatus is permanent." "Law is not medicine," Hermione said. "Policy allows compassionate trials where the standard of care has failed." The Undersecretary laced her fingers. We cannot license false hope. Neville's knuckles went white on the brim of his hat. We don't need your license to hope, he said, voice level and wrecked. We need permission to try. Harry didn't reach for him. He kept his voice even. I'm not promising a cure. I'm promising work. With supervision. With records. With consent. Consent from whom? The undersecretary asked, already bored. The patients are incapable. Hermione slid the parchment she'd been saving. Duly notarized proxies on file. Augusta Longbottom, and failing that, St. Mungo's board in consultation with the Auror assigned to the Longbottom guardianship. Both may authorize therapeutic legitimacy and intent-based restorative work. The undersecretary read without reading. We decline. There is too much public pressure around Mr. Potter at present. Proceeding would appear opportunistic. People are dying or locked away, Neville said. He can try. Declined, the undersecretary said, and picked up another file as if moving a teacup. Hermione's mouth pressed thin. She gathered the papers like a surgeon gathering tools after a patient bled out. Thank you for your time, she said, and stood. In the corridor, Neville stopped Harry with a hand on his arm. My gran says you're giving us false hope, he said, slant. She says you'll break us. Harry swallowed. I might. He didn't dress it up. I can't promise anything. I can promise I won't stop because someone in an office prefers tidy losses. Neville stared at the wall like it might answer for the lot of them. Don't do this to us if you're not sure. I'm not sure, Harry said. I'm sure of this. Unhealable became a way to stop trying. That's a choice. I won't make it. Neville's throat moved. He nodded once, as if he'd been expecting that line and hating it. If you hurt them, you can hate me, Harry said, and I'll stand there and take it. Neville put the hat back under his arm like a shield and walked away before his face gave him away. Back at St. Mungo's, Stroud shut her office door with her foot. We were always going to do this, she said. We will not do it stupidly. Kemp spread a blank form on the desk. Internal authorization. Board cannot forbid in-house compassionate trials where proxies concur and risk is managed. She looked at Harry. Say the risks out loud. Exhaustion, Harry said. Seizure if I push. Rebound pain. No change. Worse. He didn't flinch. We stop at the first sign of harm. Good, Stroud said. We will not sell miracles. We will measure outcomes. Hermione signed the internal memo as legal observer, neat and relentless. Board review in 72 hours. We'll have data by then. Not miracles. Data. Pruitt arrived with a rolling tray and an expression that meant we're doing this so we'd better do it right. Long-term 3 prepared. Curtains down. Noise dampened. We start with Alice. She's less spiky than Frank. Frank tomorrow. Blaise leaned in the doorway with a bag of lemon biscuits. Investments, he said, and put them by the water jug. Snape appeared on a chair like he had been delivered there with the furniture. He was pale and irritable and dressed. You'll ruin yourself, he told Harry without greeting. Possibly, Harry said. Do you have any advice that isn't an insult? Snape considered. Yes. Do not confuse theater with treatment. He pushed a small box across Stroud's desk. Inside were 2 files with identical labels in tidy script. Counter-seizure. Dose by breath and nerve quiet. For rebound only. Use those or don't. I will not defend you if you use them badly. Thank you, Harry said, and meant it. Snape squinted at him. Infuriating. He stood. I will sit where you cannot see me and tell you if you are being stupid. Good, Stroud said. We begin in 20 minutes. Potter, hydrate. Pruitt, prep. They sealed the ward without drama. A sign on the door read Compassionate Trial in Progress. Do not enter without clearance. Stroud stood at the door with a list. Hermione sat just inside with a clipboard. Kemp checked the counterspells on the walls herself. Pruitt set a kettle to perpetual low boil and tested the oxygen charms twice. Alice Longbottom lay with hands folded where time had placed them and never moved them back. A half-finished Drubel's wrapper sat on the table because someone, Neville, left one every week out of stubborn love. Harry eased the chair to the head of the bed. Mrs. Longbottom, he said, with the title because respect is a thing you can measure. It's Harry. We're gonna try something. It won't be loud. If it hurts, show me and I'll stop. He waited. He always waited. Pruitt checked the monitor. Baseline steady. No spikes. Go slow. Harry set 3 anchors. A small braided cord around his wrist, the bell on the tray, and the wrapper on the table. Anchor 1, he said, touching the cord. We tug, you tug back. Anchor 2, bell. Anchor 3. That's sweet. Kemp rested a hand on the bed frame. Do not chase outcomes. Ask for them. Harry nodded. He closed his eyes and went in at the pace of a person who expects to come out. Alice's mind didn't feel like Snape's. It didn't feel like Draco's either. It felt like a room with the curtains drawn in daylight. A shape sat in a chair that had been mistaken for a wall. Mrs. Longbottom, Harry said in the quiet voice minds like. It's Harry. May I sit? Silence did the polite thing and didn't answer. He did not take it as consent. He kept to the porch. He set the Drubel's wrapper on the imaginary table because anchors don't know they aren't real. The sugar paper crinkled. Something in the shadow of the chair turned. Not toward him. Toward the sound. I've brought your boy's favorite, Harry said. He leaves one every week. He thinks I don't notice. A small movement. A hand that wasn't a hand reaching toward memory without deciding to. May I open the curtains? Harry asked. A long pause. Then half a breath. Not yes. Not no. Enough. He did not yank. He pictured a cord and drew it an inch. Light moved a finger's width across the floor. He waited. Outside the mind, Pruitt watched the monitor. Pulse up 2, she said low. Oxygen steady. Harry spoke in Parseltongue then, not a command, not a curse. An invitation wrapped in a language that knows how to unhook things. He described pain as a knot and breath as the unpicking. He spoke of sitting up without waking fear. He did not hiss at her. He hissed at the thread that held her still, asking it to loosen its bite. Kemp's hand tightened on the frame. Duration, she said. 30 seconds only. Harry stopped at 29 and went back to English. That's enough, he told the room. We don't have to do it all at once. We can sit. The shape in the chair leaned forward a fraction. The wrapper on the table crackled. Harry let the quiet sit on the bed between them. He felt the cord around his wrist tug. Stroud's signal. Time. He came up. The ward returned. The kettle hummed. His head hurt politely. He took the water Pruitt put in his hand. Vitals? Stroud asked without looking away from the monitor. Good, Pruitt said. No adverse events. Small response at 60 seconds. Kemp wrote. We repeat tonight. Then reassess. Notes, Hermione said. Harry wrote them plain. Entry without force. Anchor, wrapper. Vocal invite 29's X2. Response, minimal movement to auditory anchor. Stop, on time. No adverse events. He added, I will not chase. I will ask. Stroud underlined no adverse events and moved away from the door long enough to put a hand on Alice's blanket. Not soft. Present. Frank was louder. The curse had bitten him different. When Harry knocked, the room threw the door back like it wanted to eat him for trying. He didn't step through. He held the frame and said his name and purpose and the rules. Frank, he said out loud in the ward. We're not doing duels. We're putting shelves up. Pruitt stood closer for Frank. He runs hot, she warned. Do not let him pull you into his pace. Harry didn't. He left the door open and set anchors in the hallway. He used Neville's voice, not his own, to tell the room what day it was. He brought the smell of dirt from the greenhouse. He set the bell on the floor where his foot could find it. The first 3 sessions were the same. Ask, stop, breathe, record. Thistle tried to get through the ward on the second day. Stroud handed him the policy and shut the door without using words. Rita Skeeter sent owls that bounced off Hermione's screening charms so hard the ink ran inside the envelopes. Daphne came at night with coffee and a hand steady on Harry's elbow. She didn't enter the room. She didn't hover. She sat outside the glass and watched him sit and invited the curse to loosen a hair. You have a tell, she said between sessions. You lift your shoulder when you're about to push. I'll stop, he said. Don't stop, she said. Notice. Then don't push. Her mouth tilted. You're doing boring well. Highest praise, he said. She rested her head against the glass for a second. After, she said. The small promise that meant keep going. Don't break. On day 4, Alice turned the wrapper over in her fingers. The movement was small and wonderful, and none of them said miracle out loud because that wasn't the work. Neville came on day 5 in uniform, clean like he'd expected to fail inspection, and passed. He stood at the glass with his hands locked in front of him. Gran says to stop if you see the smallest wrong thing, he said through his teeth. I will, Harry said. You'll be in the room when we try the next step. Neville swallowed. All right. They set the room like a field hospital for quiet. Pruitt at Alice's head, Stroud at the door, Kemp at the bed frame, Hermione with the clipboard, ready to bite a person if necessary. Neville to Harry's right with a Drubel's wrapper in his palm like a ridiculous medal. Harry sat, knotted the cord to his wrist, and knocked. He spoke Parseltongue in one short piece, 30 seconds, then stopped and said, Alice, it's Neville. Neville sucked in a breath like he'd stepped into cold water. Mom, he said soft. It's me. It's Neville. I brought you your favorite. The blue one. You used to tuck them into my pocket without looking at Gran. His mouth wobbled. He steadied it. I saved one. Always. I know that's silly. The hand on the blanket moved. Not a spasm. Not random. A reach. Harry did not speak. He didn't blink. He let Neville's voice make the room change shape. Mom, Neville said again, lower. I'm here. Alice's eyes didn't open. Her fingers closed on air and then on paper. The wrapper crackled in her palm. Pruitt's pen scratched grip. Present. Stroud didn't move. Kemp's mouth went soft and then flat again, because softness in the room had to be rationed. Stop there, Kemp said quiet. Do not chase. Stopping, Harry said, out loud to the room, so the part of him that loved winning would hear it and stand down. He came up. He drank water. He wrote the line. Patient grasped anchor on cue to family voice. He did not call the prophet. He didn't call anyone. Neville stood at the end of the bed with his forehead pressed to the rail like a man trying not to fall over. Was that? It was a thing, Pruitt said. We do it again tonight. And tomorrow. And we stop if her heart scolds us. Neville nodded like he'd just been told how to walk. Frank's turn to give surprised them. He had been the one Harry expected to fight. Instead, on day 6, when Harry set the greenhouse smell in the room and asked the thread to loosen, Frank's hand lifted. Found the bed rail. It held on. Anchoring, Pruitt said, already writing it down. Good man. Harry spoke the smallest piece of Parseltongue he knew. The one that calls heat down without burning. The curse's signature hissed back like a kettle deciding not to boil over. Snape's voice came from the chair he had claimed 3 meters away. Enough. Harry stopped. Enough. He slept in the on-call room for 3 hours and woke to Hermione placing a cup of tea where his hand was going to be. Kemp wants a 24-hour check-in with the board, she said. Not to ask. To inform. Good, Harry said through a yawn that felt like a spell. Please tell them we're not doing theater. I am going to tell them we are doing disciplined work, Hermione said, which is more terrifying to them. On day 7, the small response repeated. On day 8, Alice turned her head toward Neville's voice on purpose. On day 9, Frank's eyes opened and shut so slowly Pruitt thought she had imagined it, and then scolded herself on the chart for thinking in wishful words. On day 10, a nurse who had been at St. Mungo's longer than any of them brought a pack of Drubels and put it on the tray. For when it happens, she said, and left before anyone could argue with her heart. On day 11, Augusta Longbottom came in proper black and stood like a statue that remembered how to breathe. She looked at Harry as if he were a garden tool she had once sworn never to use and now kept sharp. If you harm them, she said. I know, Harry said. She looked at Alice for a long time. At Frank for longer. She took one of the Drubels and put it on the tray. Work, she said, and left. Day 12. Same setup. Same rules. Neville at the bedside, wrapper in hand. Harry knocked and did the 30 seconds and stopped. He said Neville's name. Neville stepped in. "Mom," Neville said. His voice was steady now, in the way of someone who had cried himself empty where no one could see. "It's me." He touched the wrapper to Alice's fingertips and then let go. Her eyes moved under her lids. Her mouth twitched. She turned her head a fraction. The wrapper crinkled. "Stop," Kemp said softly. But Neville didn't need the order. He had learned the pace. He stood still and breathed with the room. Harry came up and reached for the water and missed it because his hands were shaking. Daphne caught the cup and steadied it with 2 fingers. "Breathe," she said. "Then do your job." He did both. Pruitt wrote repeat response X3. Latency decreasing. She underlined it and then set her pen aside because her hand had started to shake as well, and she refused to have it noticed. It happened on day 15 at 10 in the morning, when Hermione was at her desk and Stroud was breaking a junior for thinking nearly sterile was a concept. Neville came in early, hair still damp from a bath taken too fast. He waited by the glass with his hand on the frame. Harry knocked. He set the wrapper down. He invited the thread to loosen and then stopped. "Neville," he said. Neville stepped forward. "Mom," he said, gentle. "It's me." Alice Longbottom opened her eyes. She didn't sit up or gasp or reach for the heavens. She looked at the ceiling like a person waking up in a room that had been arranged without her input. Her gaze shifted. It found Neville's chin and then his mouth and then his eyes, as if she were relearning the map. Her lips moved. The sound that came out was dry and thin and the best thing Harry had ever heard without fireworks. Neville. Neville made a sound like someone had taken something heavy off his chest. He did not grab her. He put his hand on the bed and pressed it flat and said, "Hi, Mum," in a voice that was 14 and 30 at once. Pruitt was already moving. "Water," she said, and lifted Alice's head. Alice took a sip like the world was new and her throat wanted to learn it. She coughed once. She looked at Neville again. "My boy," she said, clearer. Frank made a rough sound from the other bed, a bark of a laugh that had forgotten it was allowed. He held the rail like he meant to tear it off and then remembered he didn't have to. His eyes opened halfway. He saw Augusta in the doorway and did not look away. Stroud arrived with the speed of a hawk. She took one look, nodded once, and said, "We do not make speeches. We work." Kemp wrote, orienting to voice, name recognition, and underlined name recognition 3 times like a child with a new crayon. Hermione stood with her hands over her mouth and then remembered to put them down. "Bored," she said to no one, and left at a run that turned into a walk by the door because she refused to lose dignity in a corridor. Harry stood where he had stood every day and shook like he had in the shrieking shack when he realized he could keep a man alive with a leaf and a stubborn heart. Daphne's fingers found his wrist and pressed once. Not to claim anything. To confirm the pulse. "Breathe," she whispered. "You did not pull her. You invited." She walked. He nodded. He breathed. He didn't cry because he didn't have to do both at the same time as working anymore. They didn't open the ward. They didn't call the paper. They stabilized. They measured. They fed. They checked for rebound. They let Augusta stand at the foot of the bed and not collapse by pretending she had something rude to say about the curtains. Frank said tea and Augusta and boy and stop fussing in that order. Alice said Neville 3 times, the third like she liked the taste of it. They slept. They woke. They slept again. At noon, Neville walked out to the corridor and sat on the floor because his legs had stopped taking orders. Harry sat down beside him with his back to the wall. They didn't speak for a while. Neville wiped his eyes with his sleeve and didn't pretend he wasn't. "I thought I'd never hear it," he said, almost cheerful through the wreckage. "I thought that word was gone." Harry stared at his hands. "Me too." They sat until Blaze brought 2 terrible coffees and a sticky bun that tasted like sugar and victory and nothing like grief. "You are both disgusting," Blaze said, which was to say well done. He put the bun between them and left. Neville laughed, small and human. "Healer Potter," he said, teasing on purpose because lightness is also a tool. "Trainee," Harry said. "Professional under supervision." Neville let his head thump the wall. "Thank you." Harry nodded. "You did the hard part." Neville snorted. I stood there and said my name. You stood there, Harry said. That's the job. The board met at 4 and tried not to look like they wanted to be the first to clap. Hermione presented the chart. Kemp translated feeling into policy. Stroud used 7 words again. Patient-oriented. No adverse events. Proceed as planned. Thistle made a show of concern about precedent. The chair said precedent, as if it were a holy word. Hermione said protocol like she invented it. The chair nodded, because policy had been fed enough to stop snapping. Public statement, the chair said. Kemp didn't blink. St. Mungo's confirms sustained improvement in 2 long-term spell damage patients following a supervised restorative trial. No further comment. Names, Thistle pushed. Protected, Hermione said without looking up. The chair banged the gavel because she enjoyed it. Adjourned. Harry slept at Grimmauld Place for 9 hours and woke to Creature muttering at the wireless about fools who think sugar is a food group while placing a plate of toast under Harry's nose. Eat, he said. Then go be boring. Harry ate. He washed his hands. He put Doria's journal on the table and touched the spine with 2 fingers. We didn't pull, he told the paper. We waited until the door opened. He went back to the hospital. He stood in the doorway and watched Neville talk to his mother about the greenhouse like it was the most important thing in the world, and the world agreed. He watched Frank refuse broth and accept tea. He watched Augusta take a chair and then almost sit in it and then sit. Daphne stood at his side, close enough to share an air pocket, far enough not to take from the room. You're going to make enemies, she said, calm. I already did, he said. They'll be louder now. They will fail, she said. Because the thing you did is quiet and has records. She turned her head. Also because you're stubborn and have a hospital, he huffed. Stay for dinner. The words startled him. He had meant to say them a week ago and had saved them under later. She looked at him like she was reading a chart. After visiting hours, she said. Bring the good tea home. Not the hospital dust. He nodded. After, she echoed, and let her fingers brush his sleeve. Not a promise. Plan. Pruitt added a final line to the day's note before she went off shift. Quality of life. She underlined it once and then put her pen down. Snape limped past the glass with a book under his arm, and the look of a man pretending he had not been held together by will and spite for years. He paused where he knew Harry could see him and tilted the book so the spine showed. On convalescence. He didn't smirk. He didn't need to. Harry leaned his shoulder to the wall. The hospital hummed. The bell stayed quiet on the bedside table. The wrapper sat in Alice's hand like a cheap relic. It rustled when Neville laughed. Not a miracle, Harry murmured, mostly to himself. No, Stroud said, passing with a stack of charts. Work, he smiled, small and tired and not broken. Work, he agreed. Outside, the Prophet hunted a headline and found none they could print without names. Inside, 2 people learned the weight of their own names again. The ward kept its steady weather. Harry wrote one last line before he let himself go home. Unhealable is a choice made by systems, not bodies. Decline to choose it. He closed the notebook and went to wash the chalk off his hands. Chapter 10. The Reformer. The boardroom had run out of ways to look unimpressed. Charts covered the wall. Hermione had turned policy into boxes that could not be argued with unless you enjoyed losing. Stroud stood by the window with her arms folded like a ward. Kemp held a pen and the kind of patience that implies time limits. The proposal, Hermione said, tapping the first chart. The Potter Pediatric and Preventative Care Ward. Focus. Under 17 with emphasis on Muggle-raised students. 2 mandates. 1. Entry screening before Hogwarts, physical, magical, psychological. 2. Training every healer to recognize and report neglect or abuse under the joint ministry. St. Mungo's Protocol. The chair inhaled as if permission were a limited resource. Scope, Kemp answered. Small to start. 6 beds. 2 treatment rooms. 1 family room. Staffed by Pruitt and Macmillan on rotation plus 2 trainees. We measure outcomes, not headlines. Healer Thistle smiled the way someone smiles at a funeral when it rains on the right people. We are healers, not Muggle social workers. Stroud didn't move. We are both. If you treat magic and ignore the person, you leave a hole for the curse to come back through. Hermione slid the second chart. The Longbottom Center for Mind and Soul. Separate unit. Research, training, and treatment for curse-adjacent trauma and long-term spell damage. It institutionalizes what Mr. Potter proved works. Consent-based mind healing, intent-based unbinding, and boring discipline. Name, the chair said, already defeated by the neatness. Longbottom, Hermione repeated. Because it was their case that changed policy. She didn't glance at Harry. She didn't need to. Thistle raised a hand as if the room were his classroom. Budget. Kemp clicked her quill. Reallocations from underutilized wards, plus restricted gifts from 3 donors. She didn't look at Narcissa Malfoy or Augusta Longbottom in the second row, though they sat there like the room belonged to them. We are not asking for new taxes. We are asking for permission to use our brains. The chair tapped the table. Pilot only. 2 quarters. If you produce nothing but pretty memos, then we close it, Stroud said. You can put my name on that line. Silence. Then, approved, the chair said, as if she were annoyed by the taste of the word. The sign went up 3 days later. Potter Pediatric Preventative Care, Ward P. It was plain. Pruitt approved by not rolling her eyes. Blaze hung a paper dragon in the corner and claimed it was for airflow. First clinic, Pruitt said, slapping a chart into Harry's hand. 12-year-old. Muggle raised. Headaches during accidental magic. 2 nosebleeds. Teachers think she's defiant. Translation. Adult failure to imagine other explanations. Got it, Harry said. The girl sat on the exam bed with her socks mismatched by choice and a book she refused to surrender. Her mother perched like a person who had just learned a new universe was real and was trying not to fall off the edge. Hi, Harry said at the child's eye line. I'm Harry. We don't do scary here. We do boring and useful. Are you the boy who didn't die? The girl asked, blunt. I'm the man who does paperwork, Harry said. Better job. What's your name? Arya, she said, chin up. Nice to meet you, Arya, he said. Tell me about the headaches, Arya told him. He listened. He ran simple diagnostics. He watched how her hand flexed on the book when the wand hummed near her temple. He passed the mother a 1-page sheet Hermione had bullied 3 departments into co-writing. What to expect when you're expecting Hogwarts. It's not defiance, he said plain. It's a threshold problem. Magic's knocking. Her nerves are noisy. We'll teach breathing, not the silly kind, the useful kind. 1 charm to tune the hum. She can still climb trees. No flying unsupervised yet. Next week we try again. The mother blinked very fast. You're sure? I'm confident, Harry said. And I'll tell you if I stop being confident. He looked at Arya. Do you like school? No, Arya said. They think I'm loud. Some rooms deserve loud, Harry said. Also, Hogwarts has teachers who understand loud. And poncy ones who don't. Arya smiled. Her mother exhaled like someone had taken a weight off her chest. Pruitt wrote headache protocol. Parent understands plan. Child smiles once because data is data. They saw 3 more families. 1 boy with arm bruises that didn't fit his story. Harry took the mother aside with Pruitt and said, We're trained to ask about safety at home. We don't assume. We ask. The mother cried without noise and told the truth. Hermione's joint protocol did what it was supposed to do. Offered help without turning the room into a courtroom. It wasn't magic. It was a door. Kemp reviewed the numbers at the end of clinic and nodded. Good, she said. Now do it again. The Longbottom Center lived in a bright wing that used to be a storage corridor. It had a classroom, 2 therapy rooms, a charting nook where Pruitt could scare junior healers into writing like adults, and a glassed-in space for family visits with chairs that didn't hurt spines. Welcome to boring, Harry said to the first cohort of trainees, Hannah Abbott, a Ravenclaw called Sethi who argued with footnotes, and a Slytherin transfer from Durmstrang named Agnes who watched everything like it might bite. He set the rules. Consent first. If you can't get it, you don't go in. You're not clever enough to break rules and survive it. Neither am I. He wrote "No adverse events" on the board and circled it. This is the only headline we want. Hannah raised a hand. What if the family demands a miracle? You give them a plan, Harry said. You keep promises small and kept. Sethi frowned. Is the Parseltongue part teachable? Not the language, Harry said. The attitude. We unhook intent, we do not wrestle it. The rest is human work. Agnes spoke for the first time. And when the patient is an arse. Harry's mouth tipped. Then we treat the arse with respect, or we hand the case to someone who can. No one gets to fail because your temper is louder than your training. Pruitt appeared like a ghost who pays taxes. Rounds, she said. Potter, you can be inspiring later. They did rounds. Snape glared from his chair at the end of the corridor and pretended not to smirk when Harry tripped on a mop. Draco showed up at the classroom door in street clothes that had learned not to fit like armor. Homework, Draco said to Harry deadpan. I slept 4 hours. You may notify the press. No press, Harry said. I will notify Pruitt. Pruitt didn't look up from the chart. Notified, she said. Draco held up the anchor coin with the casual pride of someone pretending not to be proud. It warms faster. Good, Harry said. Keep it on you. Don't show it to Blaise. He'll start selling them. I already started, Blaise said from the doorway, carrying a box of tea and the look of a man who had replaced sleep with sarcasm. Proceeds to Ward P. Approved, Kemp said without looking up from the ledger. The prophet tried. Thistle gave them quotes full of concern. Unregulated mind meddling, he called it. As if he weren't in a hospital built on regulated magic. A columnist wrote that Parseltongue had no place in a children's ward. Hermione's response was bland to the point of murder. St. Mungo's follows protocol. No adverse events. Outcomes improving. Further comment when data matures. She refused to put Harry's name in any sentence that included the word miracle. Augusta Longbottom made one statement on the steps of the ministry that deflated 3 opinion pieces at once. My family will not be used for editorials, she said. Cane planted like a signature. If you have time to argue about words, volunteer for the ward. If not, go water your peacocks. She left before anyone could applaud. Narcissa sent one letter to the board listing a donation that came with strings attached. For Ward P and the center, not to be siphoned to anything that uses the word modernize without a plan. Stroud laughed aloud in the corridor when she read it. She's insufferable, she said, which was to say thank you. Thistle cornered Harry outside the lifts. You're building a cult. I'm building a syllabus, Harry said. You're welcome to read it. You're reckless, Thistle snapped. Harry shook his head. No, I'm boring with witnesses. Hermione was already at his shoulder, voice mild. Policy meeting in 5, Healer Thistle. Don't be late. Thistle stalked off. Blaise leaned against the lift door. You've upgraded from mops. Barely, Harry said. McGonagall visited in her tartan, and her calm that never quite hid grief. She hugged Neville and pretended she hadn't. She tapped the sign to Ward P with her wand. New letters appeared under the name. In partnership with Hogwarts School. For the incoming years, she said. No child of ours goes without a screening again. She looked at Harry. You are far too young for this. Same, Harry said. She tried not to smile. I brought biscuits. Leave them with Creature, Daphne said from Harry's other side, dry. He audits all biscuit donations. McGonagall raised one brow at Daphne. Miss Greengrass, MS, Daphne said, and nodded like she'd been called to the front of class and had decided to pass. McGonagall's mouth softened. You have good taste in enemies, she told Harry. Even better in allies. The domestic part of the chapter didn't try to be grand. Grimmauld Place had learned to be a house. The kitchen knew where tea lived. The wireless ran low. Daphne read in the sitting room like a woman who understood that quiet was a skill. Harry came home too late, tossed his satchel at the coat tree, and missed. He kicked his shoes off and failed to put them away. Creature grumbled in the hallway and then left soup on the table. Daphne didn't speak until he Saturday. How many hours of sleep are you hiding from me? She asked, turning a page. 3, he said. Add 3, she said. Then call it a night. He told her about Arya, about the boy with the bruise that had a shape, about Draco's 4 hours. He kept it simple. He didn't sell triumphs. He reported them. She listened. She put the book down. You're not fixing the world, she said. You are replacing rotten planks in a bridge that people have to walk over today. That's depressing, he said. It is practical, she said. It is also good. She stood, came around the table, and set her hands on his shoulders from behind, thumbs firm at the places that had learned to hold tension like a job. Ron came by, she added casual. Harry turned his head. Now, half an hour ago, she said. I told him to come back when you had soup. Ron knocked then, because of course he did. He looked apologetic in the doorway and out of place in a house that had once sneered at him. Hey, he said. Hey, Harry said. They went to the steps because apologies do better on neutral furniture. Daphne took her book upstairs and left the door open enough to hear if laughter turned into shouting. Ron twisted his hat in his hands like a thing he needed to break to get to the words. I was an idiot, he said at last. About the aura thing. I wanted you next to me because it meant we were still the same. We aren't. That's not bad. It just is. Harry looked at his own hands. I nearly killed a trainee, he said. You had the right to be scared. Ron shook his head. I had the right to be your friend without making it about me. He grimaced. I'm not good at that. I'm trying. Harry let out a long breath. You're doing fine. He nudged Ron's shoulder with his. You threatened Malfoy for being annoying. Ron snorted. He is annoying. Less, Harry said. A bit. They sat quiet for a while. Ron cleared his throat. You're doing hard work, he said, like admitting it tasted strange. I used to think fighting was the hard part. It's loud and you feel brave. This is quiet. I'm proud of you. Harry's eyes burned. He nodded once. Same. Ron stood. Right? I'm rubbish at emotions. Ginny says hello. Mum says bring Daphne on Sunday and prepare to be fed like a condemned man. I'll warn her, Harry said. Good, Ron said. Don't make me arrest you for dying of soup. He left without looking back because he knew he didn't need to. Harry went upstairs. Daphne met him at the landing. He leaned into the doorframe. She leaned into him. It was brief and real. You okay? She asked into his shoulder. Not broken, he said. Good, she said, and kissed him once. Sleep. The next week was paperwork and small victories. Ward P logged 20 screens, 10 follow UPS, 1 intervention that involved 3 departments and a social worker who knew how to be in a magical building without letting it eat her paperwork. The center taught 2 classes, 1 on consent scripts, 1 on harmonic wards. Draco came to the second and commented from the back with the confidence of someone who had survived his own brain. Don't overthink the runes, he told a nervous trainee. It's a door, not an essay. Correct, Pruitt said, and the trainee looked like she'd been given permission to breathe. Augusta returned with a list. The greenhouse at St. Mungo's is a disaster, she said. We will fix it. Plants heal. You will not turn my family's name into a corridor of stale air. Approved, Kemp said. Bring a budget. I am a budget, Augusta said, and left. Snape turned up to the center with a stack of reading lists that could have killed a lesser person. If you will insist on teaching, he told Harry, you will assign better books. Harry eyed the top title, Applied Ethics in Memory Work, and nodded. I'll add it. Snape grunted. You are annoyingly educable. I work nights, Harry said. The smear didn't land. Not because Harry had a better press office, he didn't. Because the ward did boring work and wrote it down. Because Arya's headaches eased and her mother told 3 other mothers. Because the boy with the arm bruise saw a safe person and told the truth. Because Draco slept and then ate and then went for a walk without checking every reflection twice. Still, the old guard grumbled. An unsigned memo circulated with phrases like mission creep and tradition. Hermione sent back a version with those words crossed out and replaced with medicine and people. Stroud pinned that one to the staff board where memos go to die. Kemp kept everyone honest. We are not geniuses, she said in the weekly meeting. We are disciplined. That is enough. Harry finished the day in the classroom with 7 trainees and a whiteboard that still read NO adverse events. He rested the marker on the ledge, looked at their faces, young, tired, stubborn, and said, You're going to think you need to be special. You don't. You show up. You listen. You don't push when you want to the most. You go home before you make a mistake. Sethi raised a hand. What about the people who call this soft? Harry thought about the shrieking shack, the smell of blood and old anger. He thought about Alice saying Neville's name. Let them, he said. We're not soft. We're specific. Agnes smirked. That will make a terrible t-shirt. Good, Harry said. No t-shirts. Night. Grimald again. Lights low. Creature had left a note that said eat anyway. Harry sat on the floor with his back to the couch because sometimes sitting on the floor reminds your body it belongs to you. Daphne sat cross-legged opposite with the files she had stolen from the day. She read aloud one line from the day's data. Quality of life. He smiled. Pruitt. Obviously, she said. They reviewed the plan for the next week. Add a morning clinic. Draft the consent scripts into something junior healers couldn't ruin. Hire a counselor who could yell at board members without losing her job. Daphne had a list of names. She had a second list of people who thought they could buy influence and were about to learn they could not. You're good at this, he said. I was raised to manage people who think they own rooms, she said. It's useful when the rooms matter. She closed the file and looked at him. You're pale. I'm always pale, he said. You're paler, she said. Bed. He reached for her hand. She let him have it. It wasn't dramatic. It was the fact of something. Harry, she said when they stood. This part, building things, it doesn't end. I know, he said. Good. After, she said, as if he had ever given her an answer other than yes. He kissed her, small and certain. After, at the end of the first month, they held a short meeting with too few chairs. Kemp read the numbers. Pruitt read the notes. Hermione read the policy changes she had already filed. Stroud said, no adverse events. Like a toast. Harry added one item under other business. He wrote it in clear letters on the board. The unmended. Blaise whistled under his breath. Charming name for people who like bombs. Rumors, Ron said from the back, where he had snuck in with a coffee and a badge. Small group, purist adjacent. They don't like that you healed the wrong people. Then we keep the doors locked at night and the lights boring, Stroud said. And we teach triage until it's a reflex. Harry nodded. He looked around the room at people who had chosen this. We're reformers, he said. We're also first responders. If someone tries to make a point with a curse, we treat the wound. All of them. We don't bargain with pain. He underlined triage training on the board. He circled mass casualty drill. He wrote invite Oris and looked at Ron, who saluted with the coffee. Don't be heroes, Pruitt said. Be prepared. Put that on a t-shirt, Agnes muttered. Wear it under your robes, Pruitt said. They laughed, which was allowed. Then they went back to work. Harry ended the day in the Ward P family room. Lights low, charts done. Arya had left a drawing of a dragon on the bulletin board that looked suspiciously like Blaise's paper ornament. The boy with the bruise had 3 new safety plans and a grin that was missing a tooth. Draco had sent a note that said slept again. Tell Pruitt to stop smirking. Harry wrote one line at the bottom of the month's report before he switched off the lamp. Reform is small actions performed on time by tired people who chose to show up. He left the office. The hospital hummed its same weather. At home, a light was on in an upstairs window. He went toward it, not as a savior or a soldier, but as a person who had a place to be. Tomorrow there would be more boring. Good. Chapter 11. The healer's burden, the triage. The first scream didn't come from the ward. It came from the lift bank, then the flue, then the corridors, as if the building itself had inhaled glass. Pruitt's head snapped up. Mass call, she said, already moving. The wall alarm thudded once, twice. Red lights pulsed at the ceiling line. Stroud stepped out of her office like she'd been waiting for this exact bell. Trauma protocol, Stroud said, voice flat, carrying. Kemp to command. All elective cases hold. Clear corridors. Ward P secure. Longbottom Center on standby for overflow. Harry was already tying his hair back. He grabbed the triage kit from the hook by the door, felt the weight of tags and chalk and charms like a second spine. His mouth tasted like Old Penny. He swallowed it and ran. The first wave hit the ward with soot and tin and a smell he'd learned to hate. Not war, not exactly. Artifice and bone and spell residue. The porters pushed gurneys two abreast. A witch with burns along her forearms. A boy with shards peppered along a leg. A man cradling silence where a sound should be. Tags, Harry said. He snapped the kit open on the central desk. Red to bay 1 and 2. Yellows to holding. Greens to chairs with water. Blacks to the chapel. Pruitt, I want 2 on verification before we send anyone down. Pruitt's pen was already writing the board. Copy. Macmillan, greens. Hannah holding. Zabini, bay 2 with Potter. Blaze slid to a stop beside Harry. Eyes too bright. Hands steady. Report. Cursebomb Diagon Alley? Ron said from the doorway. Breath coming hard around the badge. Group calling themselves the Unmended. More incoming. We cleared the alley. Second device maybe intel muddy. Potter. Work, Harry said. Get me a corridor and a runner. Ron nodded and vanished. Shouting orders the building obeyed. Stroud took command at the nurse's station with a calm that could cut steel. Bed count, she said. Supplies. Security on doors. Kemp appeared with a clipboard and a voice that sorted chaos. We will not be heroes, she said to the room. We will be prepared. A small girl with glass glittering like confetti in her hair clung to a woman's sleeve. My mum, Harry crouched. We'll find her, he said. What's your name? Priya, she said, chin shaking. Hannah, Harry said, not looking away from Priya. Sticker purple. Priority family reunification. Hannah was there with the sticker. Hi Priya, she said. I'm Hannah. We're going to sit in the bright chairs and drink the cold water and hate the juice. Priya hiccuped. I like juice. Rubbish, Hannah said solemnly, and got a watery smile for it. Harry stood. The next patient was already in bay 2. Burns. Secondary blast. Breathing. Zabini. Cool the arms. Check airway. Don't peel anything off that wants to stay on. Pruitt. I want a stasis ward around bay 1 and 2. Tunes out the scream frequencies. On it, Pruitt said, wand drawing tight curves that hummed in the bone instead of the ear. In bay 1, a wizard bled from a slash of something not quite physical along his ribs. The cut smoked like a curse trying to remember to be a wound. Harry pressed clean padding to the worst of it. Felt the seep, the heat. Pulse curse. He's losing magic and blood. He looked up. Harmonic ward up. I need a line. Line? Pruitt said, with a file and a charm to spare the vein the needle. Harry split the work. Blaze pressure. Count with me. He turned his head. Stroud, call to the center. I want 1 room ready for mind stabilization if we get echo cases. Stroud didn't look up from the board. Already done. They held pressure. The curse cooled under his palms as the harmonic ward sang low. The man swore once coherent. Good. Harry tagged him yellow for now. Hold. Reassess at 10. He shoved off, wiped his hands, tasted copper. Keep moving. The next wave had more red. 2 port keys landed crooked in the corridor and spilled people who weren't ready to be anywhere. Blaze and Hannah sorted them with the new tags. Charmed bands that let the board know where everyone had gone. Macmillan turned the far corner into a quiet bay with 3 swipes of a wand and an expression that dared anyone to make noise. Hermione jogged in with her hair already pinned for the fight. I'm here for logistics, she said. Not law. Families, Harry said. Reunifications. Priya. She's purple. Hermione's mouth did something like a smile. On it. She touched his sleeve with 2 fingers, a calibration. Then she went to war with parchment. Ron came back with blood on the cuff and a new set of enemies. Second device, he said low, so the ward didn't hear the word. Somewhere. We have a maybe name. Theodore Knott. He ran. Of course he did, Daphne said from the end of the desk. She had no robe, no badge. Just a stack of clipboards and the kind of stillness that made rooms act right. I've told security to bar the press at the doors. They can scream on the steps. Bless you, Hermione muttered without looking up. Kemp's quill flew. Supplies stable. Red count fluctuating. We will need bodies at the doors to hold the line. We have Oris, Ron said. And me, good, Stroud said. Don't shout in my ward. Shout outside. They worked. They did the boring parts on time. They stopped what they could stop and admitted what they couldn't. A trainee gagged at the smell. Pruitt put a hand on their shoulder and the trainee stood up again. Macmillan collected 3 small pets from frightened pockets and sent them to a volunteer with a blanket. Blaze made the paper dragon flap once for a child who had run out of crying and had to do something else. Harry was at bay too when the gurneys hit the door at the same time. The porters shouted and then stopped because the room made them. On the left, Neville, face gray under soot. A dark stamp low on his side that pulsed in time with a beat that wasn't his heart. Blood everywhere. The curse ate at the wound like acid that had learned Latin. On the right, Theodore Knott, gaunter than the war had left him, eyes flat and furious. His chest rose shallow. Something had broken under the breastbone and was trying to break more. Aurors flanked the bed with hands on rails and wands ready. Ron skidded to a stop between them. He knows where the second device is, he said, voice shredding. He set it up. He's the only one who can stop it. The room went colder and smaller. Pruitt's pen hung over the chart. Blaze's mouth opened and then shut. Hannah swore under her breath and moved anyway. Harry stepped between the beds. He didn't look at Ron. He looked at the wounds. Time to death was a number he could feel in the blood under his palms. Neville first, Ron said, desperate and wrong. No, not first, Harry, please. If he dies, more people die. Harry counted. He held his breath for the measure. Neville, fast bleed, curse chewing. Minutes, not. Airway patent with help, chest unstable, bleed slower. More minutes. He could be wrong. He had to choose as if he wasn't. He heard his own rules in Pruitt's voice. Don't chase outcomes. Ask for them. He remembered Stroud. Don't be heroes. Be prepared. He heard Doria. Intent unhooks what intent bound. He drew a line on the air with chalk. Blaze airway on Knot. 2 units blood replenisher on my order only. Keep him on the edge but breathing. Hannah, pressure and seal on Neville. Pruitt, harmonic ward. Now, Ron's hand closed on his sleeve and then fell away because this was a ward and not a battlefield and the rules here were kinder and stricter. Harry met his eyes. Knot will last 6 minutes with support, he said level. Neville will not last 3. We do Neville first. He didn't say because he is my friend. He didn't have to say because the numbers say so. Ron nodded once, a soldier being told which wall to hold. Go! He pivoted to Knot's side like a hinge. You keep him alive, he told Blaze. You don't let him die. Blaze's hands were already at work. I wasn't planning to. Harry climbed onto Neville's gurney because the angle was wrong from the floor. He pressed his palm flat over the worst of the bite and felt the curse hiss against his skin. He breathed against the reflex to push. Ward, he said, and the air changed pitch. Ready, Pruitt said, steady. Harry spoke Parseltongue. Not to Neville. To the thing that had been stuck to him once upon a time and had learned to like people with brave hearts. He didn't order it. He told it was done. He described it as a knot that had reached the end of its thread. He gave it a way out. The wound spat back. His palm burned. He spoke again, shorter. He felt the hum pick up around the bed as the harmonic ward gave his words a floor to stand on. Seal, he said to Hannah. Hannah sealed. The curse snapped at the edge of the charm and found no purchase. Blood slowed. The bite's hiss turned into a whine and then into angry silence. Vitals, Pruitt said. Improving, Hannah said. Still crap, but improving. Harry didn't move until the whine died. He took his hand away and let the seal hold what his words had unhooked. He looked up. Blaze, airway maintained, Blaze said, sweat bright at his temple. Chest is ugly. I need hands. Harry jumped down. He wiped his hand, ignored the shake, moved to Knot. Theodore Knott stared at the ceiling like it had personally betrayed him. Blood bubbled at his mouth in wet breaths. He smelled like burnt copper and spite. Harry flicked his gaze. Consent not required for life-saving, he said to the room, because rules are spells. We stabilize. He set his hands to Knott's chest. The sternum creaked. He pictured the bone as a door that needed bracing, not a lock to pick. Hannah Splint. Pruitt, count me in. 3, 2, 1, Pruitt said. Harry pushed magically, not hard, firm. The bone slid where it should be. The charm knitted a brace along the fracture. Not a repair. A hold. Not gasped and then coughed and then took a breath that wasn't bile. Good, Harry said, which was both a measure and a prayer. Blaze fluid now. Half unit only. Don't let his pressure lie to you. Blaze dripped the file. The monitor on the wall hummed. The harmonic ward caught the worst of the noise. Ron leaned in, voice low and tight. He knows the disarm. He's holding it like a prize. We need him breathing enough to talk. Can you? I can get him to talking, Harry said. You get someone ready to listen. Eames is here, Ron said. Good with legitimacy. Gentle. We do this clean. Clean, Harry said. He pressed 2 fingers to Knott's temple. Theo, he said, because names are anchors even when you hate them. You're at St. Mungo's. You're not dying if I can help it. You get to make a choice. Knott's eyes rolled toward him, hateful and human. You, he choked. Mudblood lover. Correct, Harry said, because arguing wasted oxygen. You can say the words that stop a bomb, and you can live long enough to hate me tomorrow. Or you can die now and be nothing but a headline. Knott spat red. You think you... Another cough. His chest hitched. He looked at Ron with the horrid half-grin of a boy caught doing something stupid and daring the adult to admit they taught him how. You'll do it anyway. Ron's mouth went flat. Yes. Help us do it fast. Knott closed his eyes. I need... He coughed again. Breath. Working on it, Harry said, and nudged the brace with a thread of magic until the ribs stopped arguing with the lungs quite so much. Try now. Knott hissed out a set of numbers and a word that sounded like a shop and a stare and a stupid idea. Ron's quill cut into his palm where he'd forgotten he was holding it. He shoved the paper at Eames, who had appeared in a blur of quiet robes and sharper eyes. Go! Ron barked, already moving. He stopped and looked back once at Harry like he wanted to take him with him and had remembered he belonged to another war now. Keep him alive. Harry nodded without looking up from the chest he was coaxing into a rhythm. Planning to. Ron vanished. The room widened again. Work returned to being many small things. Neville wheeled past toward Imoging with a seal that held. Hannah jogged beside him reading vitals in a calm voice as if reading made them true. Blaze held Knott's airway with a charm he'd perfected on a melon at 2 in the morning last week. Pruitt updated the board and didn't add Save the World as a task because that wasn't how the ward worked. The doors banged. 3 figures in unmended regalia tried to storm the corridor and met Stroud's look. She did not raise her wand. She raised her hand and security closed like a book. Kemp said, No, in a voice that once convinced a board to replace a floor because it squeaked wrong. The intruders backed out, confused by being denied the satisfaction of outrage. Daphne appeared at Harry's shoulder with a cup that steamed and a look that had calmed worse rooms. Drink, she said. It's water pretending to be tea. He swallowed half without tasting it. Thanks. Her fingers brushed his wrist, finding the pulse and letting go. Ron will do the loud part, she said. You do the living part. Working on it, he said, and went back to the sternum that had learned to stay where it belonged. Knott's eyes flicked again. He was young here under the dirt and the choices. You think this changes anything? He rasped. No, Harry said. I think it changes today. Knott's mouth tried for contempt and found exhaustion. You'll heal me so I can rot in Azkaban. I'll heal you because that's the job, Harry said. What you do with the air is on you. Knott looked like he wanted to spit and had run out of spit. You're insufferable. Correct, Harry said. The board filled. The wards hummed. The influx slowed to a miserable trickle. Greens sat in chairs and drank the cold water Hannah had promised they'd hate and decided it was fine. Yellows slept. Reds turned into yellows or into nothing Harry would write down. Blacks went downstairs with 2 signatures and no speeches. Hermione finished the last reunification and came to stand with her hand on the desk like she needed furniture to talk to. Eames sent word, she said low. They found the device. Disarmed. No casualties. Harry closed his eyes for 1 beat. He opened them. Good. He didn't say we made the right call. He didn't say we might have got away with it if we hadn't. He went on working. Where do you want the press? Daphne asked Stroud. On the steps in the rain, Stroud said. And then home. Done, Daphne said without moving. Kemp ticked off supplies and wrote the words the room wanted on the board without saying them aloud. All accounted for. Neville came back on his own 2 feet, paler than the moon and steadier than a cliff. The seal held. He looked at Nott and then at Harry. He didn't ask the question because the answer was obvious. Thank you, he said instead, and sat on the chair because the room would not let him stand any longer without making a scene of it. Harry nodded. Not done, he said, to Neville and to the room and to whatever part of himself wanted a finish line. Understood, Neville said, and put his hand on the rail of Nott's bed like a man who could hold his own anger without spilling it. Blaze cleared his throat. Pressure holding, chest disagreeing less. He can talk in full sentences without drowning. Good, Harry said. He rechecked the brace, the line, the ward. He wrote stabilized for interrogation under medical supervision because the law liked neat words even when days were not neat. Hermione took the note, dry and exact. I'll make sure no one forgets the under medical supervision bit. Stroud clapped once, quiet, to get the room's eyes. We are not done, she said. We will do post-event debriefs and audits. We will not do them while exhausted. Eat, drink. Sit for 10 minutes where I can see you not doing anything clever. Pruitt pointed at Harry. You heard the dragon. Sit.
I'm fine, Harry.
Daphne put the water cup back in his hand and didn't look away until he drank it. Sit, she said, gentler than Pruitt and more dangerous. He sat on the edge of a storage bin and let his hands shake where no one would trip on them. The ward kept its weather. The alarms dimmed. The wireless murmured a terrible announcer trying to be brave and missing. The air smelled like boiled water and singed wool. Somewhere, a child laughed at Blaze's paper dragon doing a stupid trick. Somewhere else, a man cried into a blanket because he hadn't had time earlier. Harry looked at the board. Red numbers were down. Yellow held. Green moved. Black stayed steady and small and awful. Ron came back with Eames and a tired grin that looked like someone had taken a stone out of his shoe. He put a hand on Harry's shoulder and gave it one short, careful shake. Second device is scrap, he said. We got there in time. Harry nodded. Good. He let himself look at Neville again to confirm the seal hadn't failed just because he'd looked away. It hadn't. Ron jerked his chin at Nott. He lives, Harry said. He hates it. Good, Ron said. He glanced at Daphne. Press, wet and bored, Daphne said. Hermione's statement goes out in an hour. No names. No heroics. Perfect, Ron said. He exhaled and looked like he wanted to sit and also wanted to run laps around the building to burn out the terror. He settled for leaning on the desk like everyone else. At dusk, the ward had room to think. Stroud called the debrief by ringing the tea bell because drawers are for tools and bells are for people. 5 minutes, she said. Short reports. We'll do the long one tomorrow. Kemp read numbers. Pruitt read outcomes. Hermione read the lines about policy and how no one had broken it even when it would have been easy. Macmillan thanked the volunteers without crying. Blaze admitted the paper dragon had been useful for morale and insisted no one tease him. Harry stood where he could see both Bay 1 and Bay 2. We made a call, he said. His voice didn't shake because it was tired. We'll audit it tomorrow with clear heads. If we were wrong on the numbers, we fix our maths. He swallowed. I won't choose with my heart. I'll choose with the clock. If you see me doing otherwise, you pull me. Pruitt tipped her head. You chose with the clock. Stroud nodded once. And you left no one to die. Harry let the words sit and didn't argue with them even though part of him wanted to. Neville spoke from the chair because the room allowed him. You saved me because I was dying faster, he said. Not because we're friends. He looked at Nott with a steadiness that had nothing to do with forgiveness and everything to do with not letting hate decide your schedule. And you kept him alive because that's the job. Correct, Harry said. And if his voice broke on the word, the bell didn't ring to scold him for it. Night moved in. The families thinned. The ward kept a low hum that meant no one had permission to fall apart yet. Daphne walked the corridor with a list and a pen and a face that made junior administrators stay out of her way and do what the list said. Hermione found a quiet office and wrote the statement with cruel, clean sentences that left no room for headlines to grow teeth. Ron put his badge on the desk and sat across from Nott with Eames at his shoulder and the certainty of a man who had done the loud part right for once. Harry washed his hands for the 5th time and couldn't get the smell off. He stopped trying. He went to Bay 1 and checked Neville's seal. He went to Bay 2 and checked Nott's brace. He rewrote his notes so they didn't look like a man writing with a shaking hand. He drank water. He sat. He stood. He sat again because Pruitt glared. "Go home," Stroud said finally, when the clock told a number she trusted. "Sleep. Come back in 6 hours and be boring." "I can," Harry started. "You can obey a direct order," Stroud said. Daphne appeared with his coat as if she'd been listening for that exact sentence. "I'm stealing him," she told Stroud. "Take him," Stroud said. "Bring him back." "I always do," Daphne said. And Harry let himself be moved because he had asked his body enough for one day. They walked out through the staff exit because it was the shortest path to quiet. The air outside smelled like rain that hadn't decided yet. Harry stopped under the awning and leaned his head against the cool brick. Daphne stood close enough that he could feel her there without needing to look. "This is the part," she said, "where you decide whether to carry it into tomorrow raw or folded." "I don't want to put it down," he said. "In case it falls." "You're not putting it down," she said. "You're putting it on a shelf you built for this." She touched his wrist. The braided cord there was warm from his skin. "You built shelves." He let out a breath that stung. "I hate triage." "Good," she said. "Hate it. Do it anyway." He stared at the car park and the way lights made small circles on wet ground. "I chose right today." The words felt dangerous, so he said them to keep them from turning into something they weren't. "I could have chosen wrong." "You will someday," she said without softness. "You'll fix your maths. Or you'll live with it and get better. That's why you're the one at the board." He let his head thump the brick lightly. "I want to be a person, not a board." "You are," she said. "A tired one. With soup." He huffed. "Creature made soup?" "Creature always makes soup," she said. "Even when you don't deserve it." She took his hand. "Home." He went because she said it like a fact. Grimmauld Place had left the light on. Soup steamed on the table. Harry ate the soup because refusing would have made the whole day sillier. Daphne took his charts away and put them under a plant. "They'll be here in the morning," she said. "Like everything else you didn't break." He leaned forward and put his forehead on the heel of his hand. For a minute he let the day wash past. Faces. Numbers. The moment Ron's hand had hit his sleeve and fallen away. The ugliness of Nott's breath becoming a tool and not a punishment. Neville saying thank you like a man who knew exactly which bits had been luck and which had been skill and which had been will. Daphne's hand went into his hair and stayed there. "Breathe," she said. He did. He looked up. "I'm not okay," he said. "But I'm fine." "Good," she said, and kissed him, small and anchored. "Sleep. Tomorrow you get to write policies about today." "Lucky me," he said. "Lucky all of us," she said. He let that stand. He let himself stand. He went upstairs and didn't look in any mirrors because mirrors told stories, and he'd had enough of those. He slept like a person who had been very brave in the wrong ways and the right ones. Morning would bring the audit. Morning would bring the headlines that didn't have names to chew on. Morning would bring the center's drills and new rules and a map of where the weak spots had been so they could shore them up. Morning would bring the reckoning and the relief and the coffee that tasted like hope because it was hot and there. For now, the chapter ended where it had to, on a shelf built for heavy things. The weight sat there. The house held. The ward slept with one eye open. And somewhere down a quiet corridor at St. Mungo's, a paper dragon moved once in a draft and then settled, because the air had the right hum again. Chapter 12. The Master of Healing. Morning brought paperwork, audits, and the smell of boiled tea. It also brought the thing everyone wanted to hear first. Device disarmed. No casualties, Hermione said at the staff huddle, voice even, eyes tired. Statement goes out at 9. No names. No heroics. Stroud stood with a clipboard and a face that said she had already tidied the day in her head. Post-event checks. We do not congratulate ourselves until the board says no adverse events and means it. Kemp flicked through supply logs. Replenish blood files. Replace 3 splints. Order new harmonic runes for Bay 1 and 2. She looked up. Good work. Now do it again. Harry listened, nodded, and wrote the words he needed to see. Clock first. People always. His hands had stopped shaking. That would come back later. He could live with that. Neville limped in with a sealed bandage and an expression that suggested he was going to fight anyone who suggested a chair. He lost to Pruitt in 10 seconds and sat. Vitals? Harry asked. Annoying, Pruitt said. Which means decent. She glared at Neville for effect. Don't be clever. Yes, healer? Neville said, which made Blaze choke on a laugh. Ron arrived with Eames in tow. We need 5 minutes, he said, looking to Harry first because that was the rule now. Under supervision, Harry checked the chart, the brace, the lines. 5 minutes, he said. I stay. Eames inclined his head. We will be clean. They went to Bay 2. Not watch them from under heavy lids. He looked worse in daylight when the night couldn't hide the parts of a face that young men think are easy to fix with anger. You live, Ron said. Not didn't answer. He stared at the ceiling and picked a fight with the air. We're not here to argue philosophy, Eames said. We're here to confirm the steps you gave us were enough to disarm the device, not swallowed. You already did it. We check, Harry said. People do better when we check. Nott's mouth curled. You going to hold my hand too? If you panic, Harry said. Otherwise no. It took 4 minutes and 2 prompts for Eames to pull the last string. Ron wrote the details down clear. Harry watched Nott's pulse, corrected the brace by a hair, and said nothing the whole time. Eames finished and stepped back. We're done. Ron looked at Nott. You'll be charged. You'll be prosecuted. You'll get a healer whether you like it or not. Nott turned his head toward Harry as if there were a different verdict there. You could have let me go. Harry met his eyes. I didn't. Nott looked back at the ceiling. I hate you. Correct, Harry said. Breathe. By noon, Hermione had a second folder. It was thin and sharp. Thistle, she said in Stroud's office. We have owl logs, a traced quill, and a transfer slip for rune plates that never reached the supply cupboard. He fed the unmended schedules and layout notes. Motive. Jealousy and the belief that mind work cheapens proper healing. She looked at Harry once and away again before the room could read the rest of her face. Stroud's mouth flattened. We thought it. Now we prove it. Kemp tapped her quill on the desk. We do this properly. No one says theater. No one says betrayal in a corridor. Ron leaned against the filing cabinet, badge visible, temper quiet. We can bring him in today. Not a perp walk, Hermione said. He gets the dignity of being arrested like a professional who forgot why he became one. Harry said nothing. He sat with his elbows on his knees and looked at a spot on the carpet where someone had spilled tea last winter. He kept his hands still. Stroud sent for Thistle with a routine pretext. Supply audit questions. He came annoyed, which meant unguarded. He stopped short when he saw Ron. What is this? Thistle said, already defensive. A question about your quill, Hermione said calmly, holding it up. Fine, handsome thing. Who did you lend it to? No one, Thistle snapped. It's custom. It is, Hermione agreed. It also copies every line to a second ledger if you don't speak the N-word when you're finished. She opened the ledger. You didn't. She turned the book. Names, shifts, doors. A thumbnail sketch of Ward P with an arrow to a weak lock that Stroud had replaced last month. You were proud of your drawings. Thistle flushed blotchy. This is ridiculous. You endangered patients, Stroud said level. You endangered my staff. I told them nothing would hurt anyone, Thistle said, too fast. A demonstration. A shock. We needed to stop this madness before it bled into every ward. Ron stepped away from the file cabinet. Healer Thistle, he said. You are under arrest for conspiracy, aiding a violent group, and endangerment. Thistle swung to Harry, desperate for a different floor. You, Tell them. Tell them the ward has no place for snake speech and mind games. Tell them this is wrong. Harry stood. He didn't move closer. I learned a language I hate, he said, and I used it to help. You learned medicine and used it to hurt. You don't understand the cost. Thistle started. I do, Harry said. That's why I pay it. Ron took Thistle's wand. He spoke the words. He did it clean. No one clapped. No one said anything. Pruitt shut the door softly after them. Stroud exhaled once. We will need statements. We'll give them, Kemp said. And then we will work. Harry sat again. Daphne put her hand on the back of his neck for a second. Breathe, she said. He did. The board convened at 4 and tried not to look like they were late to their own hospital. Hermione presented the numbers from the night. Kemp spoke outcomes without adjectives. Stroud gave the short speech that replaced applause. Staff performed to protocol. No adverse events. The chair cleared her throat. The ministry commends the hospital. She looked like the words tasted sour. We will support security upgrades. We will specify those, Kemp said. Yes, the chair said, defeated. Also, the public has questions about the new methods. Hermione handed over a printed brief with footnotes. Consent scripts. Ward protocols. 50 charts. If they prefer anecdotes, they can go to the prophet. If they prefer facts, they can read. The chair glanced at the stack and clearly decided to prefer anecdotes. Very good. She hesitated. And the arrest? Handled, Ron said from the wall. A polite warning to stay out of internal discipline if you don't want to find out what it looks like. Very good, the chair repeated, which meant we will gossip later. In Ward P, a girl named Arya practiced the breathing that kept headaches from spiking when paper cranes flew. She rolled her eyes and did the exercise anyway because Pruitt had that face and because the exercise worked. Her mother sent home biscuits with a note that said thank you for telling me I wasn't going mad. Blaze stole one biscuit and left a galleon in the bag. In the center, Draco blinked at sunlight through glass and did not flinch. He slept 5 hours without a draft and wrote it on the sticky chart himself. He gave Pruitt a look that dared her to say good job. She said nothing and underlined the number twice. Alice Longbottom said T and Neville and August, and stopped before the U and tried again because mouths learn slow. Frank stood, wobbled, sat, and swore at a therapist who had the audacity to smile at him. Augusta corrected the therapist's cane technique and then secretly practiced hers 15 minutes longer. Snape glided through the corridor with 2 books and a limp that had decided not to be dramatic. He left a reading list on Harry's desk with the top title underlined, on choosing when not to intervene. No note, no sarcasm. The underline was enough. Harry did rounds, signed charts, answered 3 questions from students, and laughed once at Blaze's paper dragon because the dragon had learned a new trick, and it was stupid in the right way. The quiet at home had weight. Grimmauld Place had stopped pretending it was a museum and accepted being a place where soup cooled and coats missed hooks and 2 people spoke in the kitchen without having to perform. Daphne cut bread. Harry leaned on the counter and did nothing important. Thistle? She asked. Arrested, he said. He said he never meant harm. He meant to be right, she said. Dangerous hobby. He huffed a small laugh. He thought healing would make us soft. You are not soft, she said. You are exact. She buttered a slice and handed it over. How's Neville? Annoyed, he said. Which is excellent. Good. She handed him the plate. Eat. He ate. He set the plate down. He stood there long enough that she lifted an eyebrow. I want to ask you something, he said. Ask, she said. Stay, he said. Not just tonight. Stay. She looked at him for a long moment. I already did, she said, simple. He exhaled. I'm bad at saying it. You are improving, she said. She stepped in and kissed him. It wasn't a prize. It wasn't a promise she hadn't already made. It was a thing that was true. After? He asked against her mouth, using the word they'd made into a plan. After, she said. The hospital kept its weather through autumn and into the cold. The unmended tried again with pamphlets and failed to sell hate to a city that had just watched a children's ward put up dragon drawings. Thistle's case moved like a grim parade through the court. He pled to what he couldn't outrun. Hermione sat in the gallery once in a robe that said no comment louder than any interview. Ron testified he didn't look at Harry. No one needed the photograph. Ward P grew a second family room. The center added a morning class on consent scripts, taught by Hannah, who was better at it than Harry because she smiled less and got more yes. Macmillan wrote a handbook that started with "Don't be clever" and ended with "Write it down." Kemp kept the budgets honest. Stroud ran her ward like a good kitchen. Pruitt trained 3 juniors to use a tone that stopped nonsense at the door. Draco came back with a haircut that fit his head and a jacket that didn't try to be armor. He handed Harry a coin and said, "I don't need it every night." He looked like a person who knew that was not a cure and was proud anyway. "Keep it," Harry said. "Use it when you do." Draco nodded. "I know." He hesitated. "Thank you for treating me like a patient and not a project. Thank you for doing the boring parts," Harry said. Draco smirked. "You're insufferable." "Correct," Harry said. Months later, Neville walked into the ward holding 2 cups of decent tea. He didn't limp. He handed one to Harry and stood with him at the glass while Alice and Frank argued over a crossword clue. "Do you ever think about the other way?" Neville asked, not looking at him. "If you'd picked wrong." "Every day," Harry said. "It keeps my maths clean." Neville took a drink. "I wanted you to say no." "I know," Harry said. "Thank you for not," Neville said. "And for not making it about us." Harry didn't have a neat answer for that. He let the silence sit there like a chair both of them could use. The board renewed the pilots without speeches. They didn't call them pilots anymore. The Potter Pediatric and Preventative Care Ward kept its plain sign. The Longbottom Center added 1 line in smaller letters under its name. Consent, discipline, record. It was ugly and accurate, which meant it was right. Reporters kept trying to force a narrative. Hermione's statements kept forcing them back into facts. Narcissa sent another donation with a note that said, "For chairs that do not look like punishments." Augusta commandeered a corner of the greenhouse and became a terror to interns who thought watering was a concept and not a task. At home, Harry stopped counting nights he slept more than 4 hours. The number went up anyway. He and Daphne built routines that didn't look like anything to the outside but were the difference between a house and a place to store bones. On Sundays, the Weasleys overfed them. On Thursdays, Harry and Snape argued about whether a new class needed more ethics or more anatomy. This was what winning looked like. You had meetings you could walk away from without shaking. Years later, the Longbottom Center had a proper sign and chairs that didn't bite. The hallway smelled like tea and rubbing alcohol and damp plant leaves. 3 faded paper dragons hung near the ceiling because someone kept forgetting to take them down and no one minded. Harry stood at the front of the classroom with a marker in his hand and too many names in his head and a schedule on the board that no one liked and everyone needed. The wall behind him read the same thing it had read on the first day. "No adverse events." "Today," he said, "we are doing lingering hexes and the 5 signs that mean you don't let anyone go home yet." He wrote 5 on the board and waited while the groans settled into attention. A student in the second row raised a hand. First years always did this around now. "Sir," she said, "what was it like being the chosen one?" The room did that collective inhale that says don't. Harry let it finish so he wouldn't step on it. He looked at the kid. Sharp eyes, tired, still here. He felt the old name like a coat he had taken off and left in a cupboard that had finally been cleared. He thought of Lily and Doria and the language he hated and used. He thought of Neville's mother saying his name. He thought of not breathing because the ward did its job. He smiled, small and tired and fine. "I wouldn't know," he said. "I'm just a healer." He tapped the board with the marker. "Now, who can tell me the 5 diagnostic signs of a lingering hex?" Hannah, now pretending she had not been the best trainee he ever had, coughed from the doorway as if pushing the class along. A dozen hands went up. No one said chosen again. Harry pointed to a student in the front. "Go on." "Residual heat without surface redness," the student said. "Loss of fine motor control in the dominant hand. Sleep disruption out of proportion to pain. Spell burn that flares when you mention intent. And inconsistent response to standard countercurses." "Good," Harry said. Add 1. The thing where your gut says something here is still biting. Learn the difference between nerves and instinct, and write it down either way. He wrote write it down on the board in letters big enough for the back row. Pruitt stuck her head in, saw the words, and nodded like a job had been done correctly. She mouthed tea and vanished to bully a kettle. Harry capped the marker. Triage at 3, he said. Round at 4. Go eat. Be boring. Come back on time. The class scraped chairs and left the room louder than they'd found it. Blaise wandered in to steal biscuits. Draco leaned on the doorframe to complain about a runes handout that had too many commas. Snape sent a note that only said no next to a proposed elective title and an arrow to a better one. Hermione sent a schedule with boxes that made sense. Ron stuck his head in to say that the Aurors had stopped putting heroics in their training manual and replaced them with protocols. Augusta sent a basket of vegetables the size of a child's torso with a note that said, "Feed your trainees." Narcissa sent napkins that matched nothing and were soft. Daphne arrived last with a file under her arm and a kiss that landed like a fact. "Board wants a summary sentence," she said wry. Harry glanced at the sign. "Give them 1, he said. She wrote on the cover in quick, neat handwriting and read it out. "We do not sell miracles. We do work. And it works." He grinned. "Good sentence." "Your sentence," she said. He shrugged. "Ours." The bell in the corridor rang for the next session. The center shifted to its afternoon weather. Harry picked up the marker again and faced a room he liked and a job that made sense. He wrote the first word he had learned to trust on the board. It wasn't chosen. It wasn't savior. It wasn't even healer. It was work. He underlined it once and the day moved on.